Hello, good morning everyone. So we're going to start our first track on the second day. So welcome everyone for the second day for GNOME ASIA Summit. So yeah, we're going to start with our first speaker, so Mr. Siddharth. So his topic is leveraging GitOps for GNOME development, streamlining configuration and development on Ubuntu. So without any further ado, I'm calling on Mr. Siddharth to present his presentation.
Yeah, so good morning. So my topic is on leveraging GitOps for genome development. I'll be showcasing a demo as well, and my co-speaker, I guess she is using the restroom. So I need a couple of minutes for that.
Hello. Hello everyone. Good morning. So today our topic is leveraging GitOps for genome development, as you can see, and yeah, a little bit about the speakers.
So I'm Aditya D. I'm currently working as a DevOps engineer at Everthon. I have an experience of 1.5 years in DevOps, and I have been into various technologies from ML, AI, DevOps, cybersec, and open source as well. And I am building two communities from my side, and I've also written research papers like around 11 on ML. So today I'll be taking the session on DevOps and GitOps in Genome.
Yeah. And I am Shomili Dattu. I'm just a recent graduate, and I'm just preparing for interview while learning GitOps. So, yeah. Excuse me. Next. Okay. So, yeah. So this is our agenda for today: GitOps and exploring genome, applying GitOps. Oh, yeah. Before I move on to the next slide, can anyone say what you understand by GitOps? Like anyone? No idea? Like any answer is acceptable.
I suppose the CI/CD pipelines that automatically releasing the nightly build after it has been built and checking whether the PR is correct. That all.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I have to say in simple words, it's GitOps is like taking DevOps practices and applying it to infrastructure and automation via GitHub. So GitOps uses Git as a hub to track and manage the changes. And coming to the second point, acts as a single source of truth. It's like the code, the state of code in Git and the infrastructure and the state in infrastructure, that needs to be the same all the time. So that is done using Git. So that is why we say Git acts as a single source of truth. And then there is Then there is like all the deployments is all are versioned, so that it's all are tracked, so that whenever we need, we can roll back to some previous version. And yeah, like I said, it promotes consistent state, and it relies on declarative approach. It's like you define what you want to do, and GitOps will do the hows using the tools. So now, coming to why GitOps is important in development, GitOps is like, it defines the clear process for software development. So the team members, whoever is working on a project, they can view, review, and contribute. So it kind of becomes clear and enhancing the whole development process. And yeah, all the tools, those helps in automation, and manual intervention is reduced. Thus, there is like very scope of errors for this. Coming to GNOME, it's almost, I hope you all know, it's like a very popular desktop environment. These are the features. It's used in Ubuntu. It's like provides smooth user experience, and it integrates with GitOps for smooth workflow, and like it streamlines your deployment process. Now coming to the challenges part, setting up GitOps in GNOME, it's like it's a manual setup, takes time for people, so it's time consuming, and since humans are included, there might be errors, so that might cause to some security problems, and yeah, it can lead to downtime of the whole system. And inconsistent deployments, that can cause some unexpected behavior. It's like we should have consistent deployments over a period of time, so that the users they don't face issues. And yeah, the more the humans are included in this, the more is the resource cost. So automating the whole process, it just overall improves efficiency, consistency, and productivity. Yeah, if there is any doubt. No. There is a small quiz part, if anyone can answer. Just covered this. If it's not readable, what is GitOps primarily focused on? Utilizing Git repositories as the single source of truth, replacing version control with manual updates, managing server infrastructure without automation, or using Kubernetes as the sole deployment tool. So any answers?
A. Correct?
Yeah, it's correct. It's correct. And now moving on to the configuration as code, he will continue.
Yeah, so what do you basically mean by configuration as a code is, basically you are using version control not only for your application but for your files as well. If you can see some of the open source, some of the tools, they revamp their documentation time to time, and they keep a version for that. And because of which there is a consistency which is maintained. For example, if you can see, there is an Ubuntu, if they release every year one version. So basically they are rectifying the flaws which they have got via the feedback, and they are putting out new version, keeping it like consistent with user interests. And while when you are working on GNOME workflows, there are like when you're working as a team, there will be discrepancies between 2 individuals or 3 individuals, or might be the entire team as well. So by keeping the configuration as a code, that is by keeping versions on files, this can be reduced. And the infrastructure which they'll be built will be consistent, it will be rapid. So the benefits of GNOME on Linux distros, there are some tasks which are repetitive, which we can use even cron, but when you put the changes in GitHub, cron cannot do, like take from GitHub and do all those stuff because authentication is required. So we use DevOps tools like Jenkins or Argo CD for this purpose. And the efficiency is improved throughout the entire process. Though there won't be we won't be wasting much time in every stage except for the initial time when we are setting up the pipeline. The benefits of GitOps is you have scalability. You can scale it however you want. It will scale if it is required. You can automate stuff like using GitHub Actions. If you put any change in the repository, it will automatically rebuild and send it. So in terms of collaboration, since everyone will be working on that, if you put a GitOps, you will have a developer, you will have a DevOps engineer. They are doing work of both the things within a single environment. So it will be very helpful that they can collaborate, they can discuss the changes they are making with each other before pushing it. And visuals. So basically, when you are using GNOME with GitOps, you can get a UI of the pipeline which you are building, basically how the process works. So some of the tools which we will be using, might be using in our daily life. One of them is Ansible. Ansible, basically what it does is you have to send the same piece of code, run it in multiple machines. And you have all the SSH access of all the machines. So you can just use Ansible. It has a inventory file where you put all your SSH and stuff. And when you run the Ansible, it will itself go inside all the other machines and run the code. And you can even get back the logs. You can make it the script similar to that. Helm packages, these are basically used for managing Kubernetes. That is, Kubernetes, they have some packages of their own which we might require. Some of them use Minikube as well. Terraform, it is basically for infrastructure. When you are building an entire solution or kind of a developer platform kind of thing, you can use the Terraform as well. So all these, they align with the GitOps principles. That is basically keeping stuff automated as much as possible. Okay, yeah, it is not 100% possible to 100% automate stuff. We need manual intervention some way or the other. So how are we integrating Git? So basically, when you push your code to the repository, you can directly either use GitHub Actions. So basically, it will only create a web page for you. If you are using Jenkins or GitLab CI/CD, so what will happen in this is you just push, if you have any changes and if you push it to your GitHub repo, the the CI/CD pipeline or the Jenkins pipeline itself will detect that and they will rebuild, they will test, it will restart the entire process, entirely automated. You just have to just keep checking the logs for if any errors do occur. And that's what this Jenkins and the GitHub CI/CD does, is basically continuous deployment, which is what we call in DevOps terms. So using this, the time to market, that is, you have a product ready, the new version ready, and you want to release it, the time between that will be reduced. And also it will help a lot during tagging versions. Basically, your like for example, you have version 6, so that 6 is a tag. So until now, any doubts?
Any doubts? Yeah, I think there is a
Okay.
quiz next slide.
Moving on.
Yeah, can anyone answer this? Just discussed. Like, which of the following benefits does GitOps bring to genome development on Ubuntu? B. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it's correct.
Yes, it's absolutely correct. Yeah.
We
So now
planned on the demo, but we have to skip it for some unforeseen situations. So
I guess we can show. No.
we have to skip.
Okay. Yeah. So actually, what happened was yesterday night the demo was working. My laptop also was working. Today morning I tried opening it. Everything gone. Not the demo, but my laptop itself is gone. The display is gone. It's not at all coming. So I do have the code on GitHub though. Yeah. So from my side, I'll just record the demo, upload it in YouTube, and provide it to them so that you guys can check it out later. Yeah. So we'll be looking at best practices. Though the first best practice is version tagging. So each and every new version you make, it is recommended to tag it like version 6, version 7, version 9, something like that. And use as much as automation as possible, which will reduce the number of people needed. Basically, I'm not telling to cut jobs, but the more faster the process, more automated it is, less discrepancies will be there, and you can use rollback as well. Like for example, the new version you have deployed is not working. There are some issues with it. There are so many bugs in it. So you can just roll back to your previous version, so that you know that the previous version is working. So you can directly roll back and ensure that the users is not disturbed. And even using Jenkins and Git CI/CD, it provides a lot of security. You have to authenticate every time. There are two-factor authentications as well. And because of all this, the trust in Linux and the distros are increasing day by day to people. So the challenges in terms of security is, you have a repository where you will be uploading all your code. So vulnerability might be there in the repository. So we have to even integrate kind of a scanning mechanism, which we can automate it. We can use AI also for vulnerability scans, making it like kind of AI SecOps kind of thing. And the supply chain, when you are supplying it to people, someone might take advantage of that and try to attack. So we have to be aware of that as well. And early risk identification. So while building the code, when you are deploying itself, you should be aware of what risk you are putting on, whether it's with the users, whether it's with your company. Now, how to implement this? So when you're implementing this, you can provide roles-based access. That is, give access to the people who really need to use this, not like to the entire company, which is what is called as role-based access. For example, read-only is there. You can give it those who have to push the code, you can give edit-only access. Those who are reviewing the docs, you can give them like kind of view-only. Similar like that. If you use cloud for that, Google Cloud or AWS, the cloud IAM does that job. And when you can also automate audits, which is one of the best practices which you can implement. And the one more thing we can implement is ensuring that the workflows of GitOps or GNOME is like kind of secure, so that the user or the company doesn't face any issue. So on the future of GitOps, so what is there for GitOps in the future? GitOps industry is growing day by day, and it depends on the more secure protocols which they are getting developed these days. And as you know, vulnerabilities, threats, they keep evolving literally every minute. Every minute you can get a new type of way to attack. And advanced and you can use monitoring solutions. Like for now, I have used Prometheus. You can use Grafana, or you can check even Jenkins for. You can integrate with Jenkins for monitoring. So basically, Prometheus, it will collect the data, whatever your solution you're running. So once you get the data, you can connect it with Grafana, and Grafana is basically as it sounds. You can draw graphs, you can make graphs of any kind. Basically, it is useful for data engineers as well. And you can use AI also. So now since AI is also booming, we can integrate that as well with this. Basically, you can check for anomalies using that. You can check for, you can use it for vulnerability scanning, and you can even use it for like all kinds of scan as well, so that you can get alerts if anything fishy is going on. And the environment in which GNOME and Ubuntu is there, that is basically the Linux distros. So we should make them like increase the security perspective of that as well. It will be. So until now, you guys have any questions?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
a quiz. Last quiz. It's like which tool is not mentioned as part of the configuration management for GNOME on Ubuntu? Sorry?
Yes, you are
Yeah,
right.
yes, you're
I
right.
haven't used that.
Okay, the next one. I think the next is
Yeah,
it's
Docker
all-
Compose. So basically, Docker Compose, we are basically using it for containerization. My demo even had that.
So yeah, the conclusion and
Yeah, so
paraphrase. Yeah, yeah. So if anyone can like say like what you have learned from this, or maybe come to know from this. So like, no, basically summarizing what you have heard till now.
anyone who can summarize what we said today?
Not too long points, but in short as well.
Yeah, even 1 or 2 minutes is also fine. Okay. Yeah, so anyone who can summarize what you guys learned today from us or from the session? Even if it's short, it is fine.
I think we can go next.
Continue.
Yeah. Yeah, so this all were discussed, GitOps and its significance, the security challenges, and some future discussion, future trends. That was all, and
Basically, we looked at brief. I mean, not entirely brief, but brief GitOps, how we can use it in Genome and stuff. Yeah, so this is our LinkedIn IDs. If you guys want, you can scan.
and the one in mine, there is the YouTube channel link where we will upload the demo soon. So if you want, you can scan it and check it out later. And this is a small open source community that we run for promoting open source.
Yeah, so
You
we
can
have
join this
around
as well.
25,000 plus followers in LinkedIn for this community, which we are building.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. Yeah. And next. Yeah. Thank you.
So first of all, we thank the Genome team for providing us such a beautiful opportunity. And thank you all for your time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya, for this wonderful session. Also, there is a small announcement that or a request that could you please not use the coffee machines right when the sessions are going, because it is noisy and lots of people are complaining that it is disturbing. So the thing is, another session is currently going on in the track 2. It is just right there. So if you want to join, you can join there. We will have a break for now, and we'll start from, is it from 11:10? So we'll start another session from 11:10. Thank you.
Cable is pata. Yeah. Okay, okay, no problem. Let it be. Okay, let me ask someone who have laptop. Yeah.
Just request one. Global team should have them. How can they wait for the global team to bring the laptop? What would happen if we didn't pick? Oh, you have already completed so much.
No, this one is a border one.
Okay.
I just want to take
Yeah.
just to
So,
swap the
some
logo.
repairs again. But I think we have to set up some BBB.
Yeah.
Because we are now only 4 minutes.
And who's laptop?
You have to use that laptop, right? Can we ask for Adam to have it?
I don't bring the laptop.
Can just request him.
I'm not sure he bring today or not. Yesterday I think he bring, but today I'm not sure. It's like we are like begging looking for laptop.
Yeah.
And it's like really
It
beginning.
should have been. This is very bad. But how can they put the responsibility on us? They didn't even inform us, like, we'll be using your laptop.
Yeah.
And at the last minute, they can say, like, oh, global team, bring your laptop. I haven't heard from Nepal. So can we get the BBB? It is only 30-minute talk, so I guess after that we'll figure out something. Because it is a 15-minute break after that, then we'll figure out some laptop.
Why?
Sorry, bro.
No. This one. What's the?
I don't know, BB2 from Progressor. I don't know. The big Google now. I think it was the same, right? Right now, the previous year, the normal.
Meet bro. Why they login? What's your login?
But
Login.
again, I don't know how to get that. I haven't posted anyone. One speaker from Nepal, I guess, remote.
No one. No one has.
The big blue button.
What is the?
2020.
Explorer. This one.
No.
Ring
Go to
a lot.
data. Yeah.
Let's do
What's the room?
Supercharging.
Where's the thing?
I don't know. Shall we ask, like, is there?
Yeah, it should be here, right? The thing of join.
Shall I ask in the group? But Christine.
Google has.
No. The session join should be on the left. The link. Dia jemput it, is it? Shit. You find inside the group.
I guess no message about that.
Oh, this
Oh,
one.
yeah. This is big bro. Yeah, maybe.
Wait.
Next session is the remote one. We haven't done it till
Masalah
from
ni.
yesterday. No remote till now. But this one is the remote and we want to go into PVV. And get email.
Aku nak buat slide aku ni sebenarnya.
Ini kan. You got the link one of
Yeah.
track one and track two.
Yeah.
Check your mail.
Correct.
You already have in your mail.
What the title of the email? Title of the email? Title of the email.
Okay. Aditya.
तिम्रो मेल चेक गरेर यो भन्ने हुन्छ क्या यो चाहिएको छ यो मेल चेक गरेर अनि उहाँले यो चर्च गरेर यो ट्र्याक वान ट्र्याक टू भन्दाखेरि फोटो
Tak tahu email ni. Aku mana ada. Tak dapat.
No.
Tak ada.
Is this the one?
Yes.
Yeah. You forward to me.
Forward you.
Kau lihat dia kan?
I'll just forward it to you.
Muhammad Ghani gmail.com. So, esok ada tak?
What's your email? What's your email? What's your-
Muhammad Ghani MOHD.
He gave up. MOLTN.
Dapat dia.
Oh yeah.
Send. Dekat.
Picture with this suit, okay. I will also send. You just use it.
Use him. You saw it.
Okay, yeah. SS bro, another Nepali speaker is right now. He did GSOC last year. Full shot. Pasal dia sama ni. Nepali speaker dia.
Tapi login pakai nama aku, tak apa.
Do you need the moderator code?
No.
The moderator code? Yeah, hack code.
Track to as smooth छ यार बरु
हाम्रो फर्स्ट रिमोट भयो नि त नभए हामीले पुरै टाइम मेन्टेन
हो त
गर्नु
फर्स्ट रिमोट पऱ्यो भने लाग्ने रहेछ क्या ब्रो
होइन हिजै भएको भयो नि आज यसो नि त हिजै भएको भयो नि आज हुन्थ्यो नि त मैले अघि भर्खर हेरेँ नि यसरी ओम प्रकाशसँग यो त छैन आएको अनि रिमोट पक्कै
एउटाको नाम ओम त रहेछ होइन त्यही होला कि भनेर होइन रहेछ यिनीहरू कति स्मुथ छ क्या माग्नको पाएन सिचुएसन ask somebody and local okay I don't think we can help try from others
We have already started. We have already started, so let's just
from where
right at the time he has started.
How?
make it full screen function F11
Where is it? The HDMI. Oh, this one okay. Why isn't it showing?
really good documentation that helps explain everyone time. You can identify areas of the open source software you like and then your documentation. Documentation is very complex way that all the contributors easily find what's is your and what's how they can help with that process is easy. Creating guides, creating materials are very way to help the community. And then you can already start contributing, making tutorials of software like making how to guides as well. So then you can look for other ways to contribute, for example, community might be project management tool to help out in the community. So it can be a project management it's always these kinds of issues that one of the other way you can contribute is obviously translation. GNOME has the translations and Drupal has the translation phase. There are contributors who help to translate the contents to the local languages they are in, and so it's really good if you are if you know some languages or have language help translate those languages to the local language so that it's more accessible. We are this kind of software is available there. One of the other way to contribute is a try. So try and simply just finding on the box, just reporting to them. It's really helpful. But forming the box, yes, this is this box is either offers this one. This is the way you get this really helps speed up the core contributors find out the solutions. One from yes, but one of the ways to promote the open software design is in the community, your local community, and meetings. Just promote open source software like what you like about them, how you in other countries as well. So one of there might be some challenges in learning open source as well. So always remember that your software you will have aspects of one of two things that might happen is you might have syndrome. So always always reach out to community, reach out to vendors, and don't have communication gaps, always take your time to reach out to them as soon as possible.
And there might be the problem of self-doubt, but that's why there is a community. You can always reach out to them and clear out your problems. So insert community is there to help you. Always reach out to community if you need any kind of help at any stage. So I have pointed some of the resources which you can start learning, contributing. So you should learn about the version control system, how Git works. Uh, you don't have to be tech savvy in the Git. There will always be contributing guidelines you have to follow. Uh, how you can push your codes, how you can push your contributions to these kinds of contribute open source communities. So learn about the version control system, learn about the clean coding techniques. So every organization will follow some sort of uh, coding schemes or coding techniques, coding guidelines. So you have to look out their codes because these kinds of software will be used by millions, and if this should be consistent. So it's really important to learn their coding techniques as well, and then sorry. And then learn about the project contribution workflow. So every organization will have different ways on how your code gets merged. Learn about that those kinds of things as well, on how to ship your code to productions. What are the testings you have to follow? What are the guidelines to follow as well? Some of the resources to learn. There's a really good documentations on Git, uh, the reference manuals. I'd say don't get stuck a lot on tutorials. you can always reach out to these kind of resources when you are in problem. There is a really good documentation on GitHub. The open source guide really helps on. They have some self-guided tutorials to follow these resources uh, uh, on how you can start your own communities, getting paid for open source as well. So follow these resources, and then you can start contributing as well. So I'd share some of the opportunities you might have uh, from this open source community. So there is a program called Google Summer of Code. This is their website. This is completed 2024 cohort. You can always reach out to these organizations. You can see the projects. So, for example, these projects is from the organization OSCU, and there's the contributor mentors, and then you can always search out the project. So this is the project that I did in the 2024. So it was the ECN workflow assistant for GNI orchestration in Drupal 10. You see the technologies, and if something you like, you can reach out to the organization and start contributing to the next mm, year as well. So this is the module that I built over the Google Summer of Code. You can check it out. But the thing is, you can check out the organizations. So there will be a lot of organizations. So 194 organization are participant of the 2024, and then reach out to them and see what projects you like. And then I have listed some other opportunities as well. I mean, it's fellowship, outreach, season of talks. So when you are interested in documentation, Linux Foundation mentorship, summer of Bitcoin, please check it out. These kind of resources as well. So small talk about the licenses. It's really not important when you are starting to contribute, but this is something you have to keep it in the mind. There will be a lot of different types of documentations on licenses, what licenses to use. This is a really good page to learn about what licenses can be used and what are the limitations. So, for example, the MIT license, you are open to use for commercial license, but there will not be liability and warranties. So every open source program has the every open source projects have the different licenses. So it's really important to see what these licenses have limitations on, and then what the licenses provide. So in CERT, this was my presentation on how to start contributing. So I just say start contributing to the projects you like and you care about, and the whole community is there to help you. So these are the references. If you have any questions, I'd love to take any questions from you. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can use the chat feature. Thank you so much, and have a good conference ahead. Bye bye.
Red Hat security advisors. So वहाँ से we use something like that. Suppose if we are using any packages, so हमारे component में, so हमारा कैसे अलग notification जो है like suppose as we publish by make sure everything it's
So we are moving on with our next session, which is by Mr. Akash Tibdar, and the title is Introducing Singstar, Create Bootable Media at Conference Kiosk. So let's welcome him.
Good morning, folks. I'm Akash Deepdhar, and I'm going to be talking about introducing Singstar, an application that I have been working on for some time now that makes the engagement rise up and through the roof in in-person open source conferences. Before I go into the details about what this application is about, let me tell you a bit about myself. For those who don't know, for those who are watching this talk of mine as being their first one, I work as a software engineer in Red Hat, Community Linux engineering team. I'm also elected as a council member in Fedora Council, and I have been elected twice in that. So once as being an initiative lead for Fedora Websites and Apps team, as well as for... Oh, it's flickering. Give me a sec. Just remove it. Just remove it. Let's just go on with the flickering output, I guess. Oh, it's coming. No, it's still flickering, but let's just stay with this. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty, folks. We're just going to go ahead with the flickering output, but stay assured we're going to share this slide deck with you folks in the recording as well. So where was I? Yeah, I have served in the Fedora Council twice, once as being an initiative lead, as well as the second time, that is my current phase. Right now I'm serving as being an elected representative. Apart from that, I have been also involved in mentorship endeavors. I have mentored twice in Outreachy internships, previously as a part of the before mentioned Fedora Websites and Apps team, and right now as being a part of the Fedora infrastructure team. And just like that, I love to talk about the stuff that I do. I love to share what I have, and I love to learn from you folks in the open source community. I've been in a lot of open source community conferences like Phosh, CentOS Connect, and of course GNOME Asia. This one right here. Love interacting with you folks, love giving talks, and understanding just how helpful I have been over here. But that's enough about myself. Moving on to the stuff that I'm talking about. Before Singstar came, there was this thing called Fedorator, and as you can see that image, it's a 3D printed case. It has a Raspberry Pi inside of it, and it has a couple of USB ports exposed. And what it does is it flashes the ISO image of the operating system of your choice in the conferences that you visit. Especially if you were to visit a Fedora project booth, then, well, you'll find yourself flashing a USB with Fedora Linux on the top of it. So that was something that was used back in the day. As you can see, it's powered by open source. It has this Python-based code base, and it was first used in Flock 2017. Well, since then, we have had a lot of challenges, irrespective of you being involved in open source or not. COVID-19 happened. We couldn't buy them spicy GPUs because of the global semiconductor shortage. Then there was a pause in in-person conferences, and rightfully so. People would love to stay at the safety of their homes and to make sure that they do not infect themselves or others with COVID. And 3D printers, as much as they could be available these days, well, we can't just go on assuming that everyone has those 3D printers around or have friends from places where 3D printers are equipped. And of course, after COVID was done with, after we resumed with these in-person conferences, well, there was poor presence, poor interest on things like these. And that was a challenge with the Fedorator. So, with challenges, we get objectives as to fix those challenges and see just how far we get with those. The first challenge was to ensure that we do not depend on a specific hardware. It's not like we don't have USB ports on stuff anymore, right? If you have a TV, your laptop, everything has a USB port in one form or the other, right? So as long as you have a USB port, you should be able to flash a USB drive from it, right? So that's what we started with, reduced hardware dependence. It does not have to be a Raspberry Pi. It could be, but well, if you have a laptop, good, we can go on with it. The next is improved self-service interaction. We want to make sure that these things, they are able to get people with the OS of their choice on a flash drive as easily as possible. Like, you don't have to have one person standing there just for that. That would be wasteful, would it not be? And then, of course, to make sure that this thing just works. High quality code, 100% coverage, stuff like that. And then support for literally everyone, because when Fedorator was written, it had support for Fedora Linux. I'm pretty sure it would have supported other Linuxes as well, other operating system images for that matter, Microsoft Windows as well, I guess. But this time around, we're going to keep ourselves open, right? I don't care which operating system is it that you're interested in, as long as it's a disk image, as long as you have a flash drive that could fit it inside of it, you're good to go. Right, so that was the purpose, that were the challenges, and let's talk about some technical details. And apologies if it looks a bit high and dry, because it's an architecture diagram. That's how most of these architecture diagrams are. In the back of it, it makes use of Flask and Celery, two of the most well-known Python packages for making sure that the simplicity is being maintained while the complexity is being scaled up. Then, of course, I tried and tested GNU utils DD for flashing these images on your flash drives. And the React.js-based front-end. This is something new, by the way. I am not a front-end guy. I would definitely love becoming one, but no, I'm bad at it. I'm so bad at it. But I still try to make sure that this is something that people could contribute to and take advantage from by making sure that we use something that's very recent. And it has 4 endpoints only. That's it. It doesn't have a API map and a bunch of things to do. Just 4 endpoints, one for signing in, one for signing out, because of course, and then the endpoint for making sure that you read these stuffs periodically to make sure that the images, the flash drives that you connect is being kept in sync with. And finally, the command to make sure that flashing happens. And then some robustness, right? So make sure that, people don't start the flashing process on a USB drive and just yank out the USB drive to make the world burn, right? That's not what's going to happen, of course. But to make sure that this stays robust and foolproof in most circumstances, if not all, I'm not perfect and I'm not claiming so. We have test cases for insufficient capacity, for authenticated endpoints, improper methods with which the endpoints might be accessed with, and absent specificities. Like if you're asking for an image that does not exist, guess what? That wouldn't work. Right, that's an image from this year's FOSDEM presence from the Fedora project. If you see some faces over there, well, you do see some faces, but I'm doubtful just how much you would be able to recognize with the technical difficulties we're having here. But at the bottom left corner, you see your friend Justin. Justin, say hi to everyone. Hey there. And then there's Sumantro in between me, who is holding the phone now. That's Nikita, and that's Yona, that's Robert. That's, I think, the face of is getting cut off. That's my manager, Julia. And we have represented Fedora project during FOSDEM this year. And what you see over there is a booth. FOSDEM has these booths for open source communities. People could visit them, take these swags, have a conversation with folks, and well, if they want to be a part of the community, why the heck not? I propose that instead of we giving these stickers out or these pens or these pens, how about we give them the software that we make, right? How about we give them the distribution that we have been painstakingly working on, I think that's the word, yeah. Painstakingly working on since a long time. Let them take it for a spin, and then them coming back at you and telling you that, hey, this stuff, it's good, but here's how it can become better. Believe it or not, but most contributors in open source projects, they come from the user base. These people, they make use of these things, they take it for a spin, they find out the things that do not work or are as not good as they intend them to be, and then they roll up their sleeves, join the community, and make those changes happen by themselves. So, in a booth like this, you can follow a certain scenario like these, set up the Singstar service, welcome the booth contributors, and if you have some flash drives like I do for some lucky folks over here, yes, I'll be hosting a giveaway, and it will be random. I'll let some folks from the GNOME community take the picking so that you don't tell me that I was cheating. And finally, propagate this thing in the community. Just let people know that, hey, we have something to offer, something tangible, and well, you can allow people to bring their own flash drives, but there's this thing called USB killer out there from what I hear, right? A bit careful from that. So some discretion is definitely advised. Right. Now it's time for a workshop. Now I'd like to bring along the stage a couple of my friends, Sumantro Mukherjee, who you must have met from the Fedora QE, and Justin Flory, who is the Fedora community architect. Can I have a big round of applause for them, please? So these people would work out a couple of roles, an attendant and an attendee. Wow, I cannot be audible if I were to, take my hand to the other side, because that's where not my mouth is. Right, so I'm going to switch over to a different window. Let me see just how able I would be to do that. Right, okay. So this is what the application looks like. Of course, a little less yellower than this, but I'd let them enact how it would look like for attendants and attendees in a free and open source software conference. Over to you, folks.
Hey, welcome to GNOME Asia. So I know, sorry that we had a little bit of a late time getting this booth set up, this Bangalore traffic, man. How's your GNOME Asia going?
It's going great. And I wanted to really know what is this nice fancy application that you have built, and what is Fedora?
Oh, okay, so are you a Linux user already? Do you know a little bit about Linux?
A little bit about it. Can you explain to me in a bit what Fedora is, and maybe tell me how this application would help me? Like, I want to take back some things that I would learn from. I'm a student, so if you could explain to me how this would help me add value to my life, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So, we're the Fedora booth here at GNOME Asia, so I assume you already know a little bit about GNOME. Yes. Fedora is one of the many Linux operating systems out there, and our Fedora workstation is a GNOME desktop. It's our default desktop offering that we provide as an operating system. So if you know GNOME, Fedora is just another Linux distribution. We have the latest version of GNOME. So if you're into GNOME and you want to actually get hands-on with it and run it on your hardware, well, this little tool that we have here will help you actually. We got some USBs. If you want to take a USB home, we can show you. Well, you can take it home. I can show you Fedora here. But if you want to use it on your own hardware, I can spin up a USB here for you, and you can take one home.
Awesome. That would be great. At least something that is valuable to me other than a t-shirt.
Yeah, a little bit more functional here. Well, we're going to go ahead and get you the latest. We just had this Fedora Linux 41 release a little bit ago.
Yes, I have heard about that one.
Yeah,
That seems
so
like the best.
I think you're on the right track. So if you wanted, I have, if you had a USB, I could plug it in here for you. We could do as many as you want, actually, because, well, we have 2, actually, and they're already in use. But if you had more, we could do as many USBs as you want. But I got one here going for you right now. We'll get a Fedora Linux 41 on here in just a second. And then you can take this USB home. And also, if you want to end up, playing around with this, we actually have a bunch of other things preloaded on here. You can grab Debian, you can grab Pop! OS, you can grab Ubuntu Desktop, CentOS Stream. A lot of these are GNOME. So if you want to play around with some other distributions and see how they do it, well, you can also use Singstar. You can actually run this on your own hardware, whether you're using Linux or even another operating system. And you can play around, do some distro hopping, check out what's out there. But we'll get you started with Fedora Workstation 41.
That's awesome. So with that, I'll pass this on to Akash.
Thank you, Sumantro. Right. So, of course, the flashing process itself takes time. So I'm going to act like one of those cooking recipe channels, and I'm going to cut to the chase and show you something that's already cooked. I mean, flashed onto the flash drive. So over here, you see that there's a list of images. These are operating systems that have GNOME in them. As much as I wanted to make sure that we have Fedora releases, this is GNOME Asia. And I know that you folks love experiencing GNOME no matter which distribution is it. I have a friend of mine, Siddharth, who makes use of Pop! OS. There's a bunch of folks who are representing Ubuntu here. And then there is some people who would like to say, by the way, I use Arch, using Endeavour OS. And then there are those who would like to play it a bit safe and steady with things like Debian, as well as, well, definitely not my stream. That's not safe for sure. But OpenSUSE and CentOS Stream, right? And then, of course, my application makes sure that these flashing processes, they happen concurrently. It's a list over here, and right now what's happening is the flashing process is taking place. Let me switch over to the Tmux window, and as you can see over here, Tmux, it's the second best invention in mankind after telephone, as you folks know it, right? The thing that you see on the right side, your right, my left, is a web server, Flask. It's a micro web service that runs this front end, and these endpoints that are used for synchronizing these things. And then there's, on the left side, the Celery worker that runs the flashing process. So the API call is made to Flask, Flask makes it to the Celery, then Celery tells it, hey, it's flashed, it's good to go, brother. And then I yanked that USB flash drive out and hand it to one of you lucky folks over here. Let me show you the quick setup of how it would end up looking like. So, oh yeah, do you see that green thingy at the bottom? It does not look green, I know, with the distortion, but it shows the flashing process is indeed complete. I'm going to disconnect with this. And here we go. We go with the Singstar session, and apparently it doesn't exist. Give me a sec, folks. Right, it is images. So the way you can set it up with your distribution, no matter which distribution it is like this. It's a YAML file, very human readable, and you make sure that you add the hash files up there. These are basically, SHA-256 sum for the image that you're loading in. You name the image, you add the variant of that image. Is it Ubuntu? Is it CentOS? Is it Fedora? Is it something else? You can definitely open up a pull request to my repository if your operating system is not listed over here, and I would be sure as heck to make sure that it is by the end of the day. And then you just serve this file to the web service as well as the Celery, and the flashing begins. Right, let's get back to the slide deck. Oh yeah, it's in the presentation mode, so I guess, oops. For some reason that does not seem to work. How about that? Perfect. Right, so I'm gonna ask some basic questions and let's have a raise of hands to those who could answer, and who knows, you might be able to secure yourself a flash drive. But let's talk about the rationale behind doing this in the first place. Like, why not just use compact discs in order to provide these? Well, the first thing is, of course, the engagement. If I were to flash these things at my home and then serve it to you folks, how would I get to talk with you lovely people? How would I get to know just how you use Linux and open source in your day-to-day basis? How would I get to know where you are from? Stuff like that. And of course, you know, as much opportunity I get for the in-person engagement with the folks and to understand just how communities can do better. Because remember, communities, they are built with people, right? One of the folks who did the keynote yesterday, Ramakrishna, he said one thing nice. He said that you can fork the code, but you can fork, well, if you try forking a community, good luck with that, right? Of course, then the second thing is compatibility. You gotta make sure that these USB flash drives are supported in more circumstances, and it is only the people who would know just how their hardware specifications look like, including, you know, stuff like architecture. Is it EFI or is it MBR? Which one is it? You know, stuff like that. Okay, no thank yous. Let's do the giveaway first. So, let's get to our fans here of folks who use GNOME here as their daily driver. All right, we have some folks. Who of you make use of an immutable operating system? Oh, Fenris says he does. Using, yeah.
I'm using the endless OS.
And Fenris, why do you do so?
To make my things cannot be tempered, means like immutable. Yeah.
Fair enough. You make use of an immutable operating system to make sure that you are able to make changes to your operating system without, well, mistakenly damage it. You can always find something to roll back to. We have an immutable operating system as well. It's called the Silverblue. It also has GNOME. But Fenris, my friend, I have something that's already cooked, but I saw that the flashing process was complete. So how about I give this one to you?
Thank you.
Let's have a big round of applause for Fenris. Okay, I have a bunch of flash drives here, so don't you fret if you haven't gotten it yet, because I have a bunch of questions too. So, from those over here who make use of something else than GNOME, right? Not GNOME, might be KDE, XFC, anything for that matter. Why do you do that? Let's see some hands raising. Okay, we have Shivang here. Let's pass the mic over to him.
Yeah, I use Hyperland because I don't like using my mouse, I guess. I like to have everything accessible via my keyboard. I'm still a very, I'm a noob at it. I'm a novice. I haven't mastered all the keyboard shortcuts of it, but it's exciting to use Hyperland and, you know, just use your keyboard to navigate everywhere on the OS.
If I may ask, how may GNOME change itself? How could you think GNOME could be, you know, helped if it were to be changing itself to a more keyboard-friendly approach, like let's just say Hyperland is?
I would say the both serve very different purposes. I wouldn't say GNOME should necessarily change itself to better support the functionality that Hyperland users are looking for, but there are ways that it would benefit specifically from an accessibility standpoint. As you already know, people with motor issues could better be catered for using a keyboard-specific desktop environment, I guess. Another way would be to support way more keyboard shortcuts just for navigation purposes. So yeah, there are ways to better support, but I wouldn't say it should change its fundamentals just to be more specifically useful for Hyperland users.
Thank you so much, Shivang. Here's your flash drive for you. I have it cooked from before because, you know, both of my USB drives are occupied. Let's have a big round of applause for Shivang Swain. So my third question is for folks who they don't use any Linux-based operating systems. What contributions or what changes do you think should be made to Linux that should make it more palatable to you folks, that would make you want to jump from whichever operating system you make use of? Like, is it Mac or if it's Windows? What do you think it should be done? And you will be like, hey, that's all you needed to do, brother. I'll make a switch right away. Let's see some hands. Oh, we have Somili over here. Somili, yeah.
So like I am a Windows user and like sometimes I use Fedora. So like I would love it if in Linux-based operating systems have those same file extensions like in Windows for like some files are there it's not supportable in Linux. So I would love that one, and like a much better like some what to say that's the applications that are there like I have to say there is the name I'm not the screen recorders, the
OBS, is that what you're talking about?
yeah, but like I am like used that Windows screen recorder,
Right.
yeah, so I feel like something similar UI similar if it is there. So
Got it. So mostly, support for more file extensions, more MIME types specifically, and support for screen recording or similar experiences, user experiences, right? Let's have a big round of applause for her as well. And here's your flash drive as promised. Right, a couple more questions. Can we have a microphone pass to them? Can I have your name, please, first?
Hey, my name is Vaishak. So I've been using GNOME for like a while back. So while I was using GNOME, I believe that we have a built-in screen recorder, which also acts as a screenshot tool. Also, regarding the file extensions, we are in a state, we have like tools like Wine where we could run exe files, which is like Windows files, and like pretty much all these. I mean, I have like a Madhav next to me. He is a old game enthusiast, like vintage game. So some of the games that doesn't even work in Windows right now, he's able to like set it up in his Linux machine. So we are where some file extensions works way better in Linux compared to Windows. Just want
Thank
to
you
add
so
on to
much.
that.
Yeah, big round of applause for them as well. I don't think this has, it might have Fedora, it might not, or it might be empty altogether, but you, sir, you deserve it. Thank you so much. Right, I'll get to the final question now, but I do have some flash drives left with me that needs cooking. And what exactly I mean by that? I mean that they would need to be flashed with any of these operating systems of your choice. So you could meet me out there around the desk where the registration is taking place, and if you're lucky enough, I'll ask some questions for sure. I'm going to make sure you are deserving of this. But like Fenris said, immutability. Like Shivang said, accessibility. Like Somili said, about the support for UI and UX. These things, these interactions, imagine happening them in your booth in a free and open source software conferences. That is what the purpose of Singstar is. And let's talk about how you can reach out to me as well as the project so that you can take it for a spin. Let's present this again. And thank you very much, Ocular. With that being said, thank you so much for being around, being a part of this amazing experience that we have had together, bi-directional at that. I hope it wasn't too boring for you folks. But here are some links. If you don't see them clearly because, well, technical difficulties, you could definitely be reaching out to me with respect to these links. Here's where you can find the projects. If you could shower some love to these projects, give it some stars, folk, make a feature pull request while you're at it. And I'm pretty sure you'll find some bugs because, well, I do claim myself to be a good programmer, but wait till you see my crap code. But with that being said, do you have any questions for me now that I'm done asking questions to you folks? Well, you make me feel like that I did a good job at this presentation if there's no questions over here. But, well, I'll probably save some time for the coffee break if there's no questions. Thank you folks again for being here. Before you folks walk, I'd like my friend Aditya to announce some 5 names of some lucky folks who might end up getting a flash drive with an operating system of their choice. So Aditya, would you want to do that, my friend?
Okay, so for the giveaway, any guesses which will be the first name? So to make you clear, what we did was we gave one of the generative AI all the names of yesterday's attendees, and we just said generate random names to make it fair. So the first one who is getting the giveaway is Anantu.
Anantu, do we have over here? Woo! There you go, sir. Please meet me after this talk.
Okay. How many left?
4 more.
4 more. So who is going to be the next? Any guesses?
You can always take your own names.
Yeah, you can just give me. So it's Sajo Matthews.
Do we have them over here?
Do we have Sajo Matthews?
Well, too bad. We can always pick some more names because we have definitely more than 4 people over here.
Yeah. So is he the unlucky guy? Okay, the person is unlucky. So let's move to another one. It's Nemesha Garg.
Nemesha Garg, do you have over here?
Another unlucky person. It's fine. It's fine. So the next lucky person would be, let's hope the person is here, Divyansh Jain. Okay, we will just...
Yeah, we'll wait if
we'll
they
just
turn
move.
up.
Yeah. We'll just move.
Yeah, we'll just move on.
We'll
Sorry
just
about
move.
Yeah.
If you don't grab the opportunity, yeah, it will go away. So the next one is Chandana P. Oh, another one. Okay. Okay. People keep on missing. The next one is Roshan R.
Roshan R?
Oh, he's also coming. Okay. The giveaway is also coming. But don't know when. Okay, the next one. Gautam Tiwari.
Gautam Tiwari, there you go. Woo!
Okay.
Yeah, do meet me after this. I'm gonna get you
Finally
your
a lucky
flash drive.
person.
Yep.
So we have still 3?
Yeah, still 3.
It's 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one is Vivek Kepi.
There you are.
Okay. Now 2?
Yep, 2 more.
Okay, the next one is Utsav Bhatrai.
Let's have a big round of applause.
And the last one is Soumya Deepdhar.
Okay, there he is.
Okay, Soumya Deepdhar. Okay, so these are the 5 people who will be getting the giveaway.
Yes, I'll be there on the desk where the registration is happening. Please feel free to reach out to me and I'll provide you with your flash drives with the operating system running GNOME of your choice.
Yeah. So congratulations. Now we will start with the GNOME, if you haven't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll be having a 5-minute break from now. So it's 12:20. We'll meet for next session. It will be at 12:25. So the next session, it is a parallel session. It will be in track 1 and track 2. So it will be, one will be from mobile Linux and Phosh. It will be Arun Mani and the team. And the next one will be from Aryan Kaushik. It's Linux in India, a perspective of how it is and what we can do to improve it. It will be in track 2. So see you after 5 minutes. Oh, we need a laptop. I don't लिन जाऊ न त यताबाट न माइक
माइक नो
check
hello check
Okay, so the laptop setup is ready. Okay, just let me make one announcement. So there is a small announcement that at the break time we will be having, not here, but it is an unofficial one. But we will be having a Ubuntu release party by Ubuntu India, right here, the closest to it. You can search TOIT, the closest to it, and you have to reach there by 12:50. We will be having a Ubuntu release party right there after this. So you have to reach at 12:50, the nearest to it. So see you there. You can just search TOIT or you can ask to me. So we are starting with our next session. It is about mobile Linux and Phosh. And the presenter are Arun Mani and the team. So we have started at 12:30 and handing over to you.
Thank you. So hello everyone, how are you all doing? How is GNOME Asia meet for you? Okay, hope so. So I'm Arun and this is Gautam and this is Suraj. We three work on Phosh. So our presentation is about Phosh and our aim is to make it more aware to other people, especially in India where it is not that much popular compared to Europe, etc. So let's get into a presentation. So what is Phosh first of all? So Phosh stands for phone shell. So this word shell, it might be more popular in Linux technologies, but let's talk from a normal user perspective. So what does a shell mean actually? So you take your phone, so maybe the Android or iOS or whatever it is. So the shell means the part of your phone which gives you the core interface, I can say. So you have like your home screen, then you have an app drawer, then you have a notifications panel, then you have your quick settings at the top where you turn on Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, etc. So these all make a part of something called a shell. So shell is something like the portal through which you interact with your phone, through which you launch your applications. So that's what we call shell. So what is Phosh? So Phosh is a phone shell, and it is a native of Wayland, means it is a Wayland first shell. So if you don't know what is Wayland, so in Linux we have something called protocols through which your apps tell the hardware, that is your GPUs and your monitor, how to draw the windows on the screen. So there are two protocols. One is X, and it's more commonly known as X11. So X11 was something like since from I think from Unix days itself, and it was considered not that much secure. And then we had Wayland, which was promoted mostly by GNOME, and it's something like more latest one, and it's more good for your hardware, etc. And Wayland, it's like we promote Wayland because it's more secure and it's easier to develop with. So Phosh is a Wayland shell, so it incurs that, and it is based on something called WEL roots. I will talk about more about that later. So Phosh is specifically for phone. So you have GNOME, you have KDE. So these are for desktops, as in like for your laptops and for other screens. Phosh is more for your phone, as in like the interface and its EA convention flow. It is more targeted towards mobile phones as well as tablets. You can also use it on your laptops and desktops, but our main target is phones and tablets and other small resolution screens. So this is how Phosh looks like. So I'll just give a basic. So this is the lock screen. So same like in your phone, Android phones or something, where you enter your password to enter the phone. Then this is the main app drawer screen. So you get the overview at the top and you get the applications here. And this is like the conventional app grid section of the Phosh. Next slide. So we have something called Phosh ecosystem. So Phosh is like the flagship product of the ecosystem, but Phosh can't work alone as it right. It needs some other components also which work together with it. So we call that a Phosh ecosystem. So these are sometimes like a suite of applications and components which work with Phosh, and they're more targeted towards mobile Linux. So for example, like you have like Plasma Mobile, which is by KDE project, and Phosh components can also work with it. So it is like more targeted towards mobile Linux and the small, something like small screen Linux ecosystem products. So this is the like overview I can say. So we have something called fork, which is for compositor, and I will explain the next slide. Then you have Phosh, obviously the shell. Then Squeakboard is something like on-screen keyboard, same to as your Gboard in your phones. Then we have, it is based on a lot of technologies, obviously by GNOME, and something like GNOME syntax daemon for the application preferences, etc. Then feedback D for your vibrations and other gesture things. Then you have GNOME session, which like something like a parent which takes care of this launching different components. Then we have policy kit, UPower, network manager, modem manager, etc. Network manager is for managing networks like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, etc. Then modem manager for your phone call support, etc. So Phosh. So I'll just jump into a little bit of technical overview of Phosh. So Phosh is the shell and it's written in C. So in a Phosh ecosystem, most of the applications are written in C. And Phosh is majorly written in GTK3 and Handy. So Handy, also known as libhandy, it's like a subset of GTK I can see, which has widgets that are more responsive in nature. And Phosh is adaptive, as I said earlier. It can work for your phone, tablets, desktops, etc. Next slide. So fork. So fork is the compositor. So what is a compositor? Now I should explain that. So I said like Wayland, we have something like servers and we have like clients architecture. So composite is something that gets the, I can say the UI rectangles, means so every widget, every window, it's a rectangle, right? So you get its rectangle and draws this on the screen. So what composite does it composites all of them together. So something like we have 3 windows on the screen. So what it does is it takes each of this window and puts them in a proper location on your screen. So it composites them together. So that's a compositor. So fork is a compositor and it's based on something called WL roots. So most of you might have heard of Sway. So if you don't know Sway, you might have heard of i3. So i3 is like, what I can say is like when someone searches for how Linux looks, and they go to some subreddits, Reddits like Unix Spawn, etc. They see screenshots of i3 and see, wow, this so looks like a hacker's desktop ecosystem. So i3 is something like what you can say tiling manager, and it was for X11. And then we had Sway, which is like inspired by i3, but it's more for a Wayland. And the person who created a Sway, he thought like instead of keeping the compository technologies just to Sway, we can like open source it, and he created something called WL roots. So WL roots is something like a library through which you can create your own compository. It takes care of all the low-level stuff like interacting with your hardwares and managing the graphics buffers, etc., and a lot of other things. So Fog is based on WL Rails. It's used most of its hardware and drawing technologies for that. And obviously it's also written in C. And Fog, compared to GNOME, I can say it supports a lot of VLAN protocols. So VLAN has a lot of protocols for, say, like you want to copy paste and you want to share your screen. So all of them are implemented as different protocols, and the Fog supports many of them. So this is how Fox looks like. So Fog is not something you can see. It is, as I said, it's a thing which draws the windows on your screen. So this is like how the fundamentally Fog works. Like, so I have like two windows here. One is a GNOME text editor and other is GNOME calculator. So I told Fog to draw them two on the screen, and it drew them. So it found out like GNOME text editor needs more space, so it like gave them a bigger rectangle, and for GNOME calculator it gave what it asked for. Next. So we have Phosh mobile settings, for which I'll give it to Gautam.
Yeah, hi. So Phosh already have GNOME settings which control everything, but we need this Phosh mobile setting for the settings which is especially for the mobile. You can enable certain plugins, and you can control your quick settings, and you can add your sound to your ringtones and SMS tones. So all these things that are related to mobile, you can control via this mobile settings. So yeah, this is the first mobile setting. You can see there is different panels. There is application top bar. In top bar, you can manage all your plugins. Like you can turn on your Wi-Fi hotspots. You can control your which quick setting you want to display or which you don't want. And another one is Phosh OSK stub. OSK is on-screen keyboard, and yeah, it's also written in C. And there is many features. There is auto completion, and there is you can drag and so you can drag the cursor where you want to edit. And yeah, this is how OSK look like. It also support icons and emojis, and it also support different languages like Malayalam, Tamil, other thing. Yeah. And so apart from Phosh, there is also different software which supports Phosh. You can see this is Frog, which is greeter. You can change the session using this Frog. And there is also Livy. This is a small video player for the Phosh. And this is Phosh Tour. Phosh Tour, this give the new user how you can use your Phosh mobile, and tells about, yeah. So this is Phosh in 2024.
Yeah, so let me give a brief overview of what we did in Phosh in 2024. So I'm just listing the most user-facing options. So we did a lot of work on custom quick settings. So by custom quick settings, I can give a basic example like you have in your Android. When you drag the top panel, you get buttons to turn on Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, etc. Right? So this is what we call as quick settings. So in Phosh, we have something called custom quick settings, by which you users can write the quick settings you want. Like, say for example, you want a quick setting to turn off and on your something like a device on your network or something. So you can write your own quick settings for that. Currently we support C and other languages which can compile natively to that architecture, but we have something called quick settings for that, so you can write your own things. And we did a lot of rework on that. So we added support for custom quick settings, and we added something called status pages, which I will explain later. Then we added something called folder support. So we know in GNOME there is something called folders, by which you can drag and drop applications of related functionality into group and group them together. So we added this support for folders in Phosh also. Then we have accent color support. So recent GNOME updates, it made GNOME more colorful. So we had something like, you can, instead of the same old blue colors, you can now have multiple colors in your GNOME thing, and Phosh also has something like same. So we can make it more colorful using this color support. Then quick settings box, we redrew the entire widget architecture for this, and we are having something like a new quick settings box which adapt, like I can say it's more responsive in nature. So you have like depending on your screen configuration, means its size and other dimensions, it allows like multiple quick settings and arranges them in a proper responsive manner. We have that one. Then we also added more support for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, etc. So like now we can select the which Wi-Fi you want to connect to from the quick settings panel itself. Then same for Bluetooth and other things. Then lot of bug fixes and the performance improvements, obviously. So these are some features, and I think the projector is something pretty. So you can see this is the folder support thing where you can add the folders, and this is from the Phosh mobile settings where you can reorganize your folders and favorites, etc. Now I'll like talk about the interesting future plans for which it might be interesting to you and how you can help us in that. So first of all, Phosh loves Rust. So this is something sort of a trend, rewrite in Rust, but we are not going to go full-blown Rust. We still have C. But since Phosh is something like for mobile, and for mobile, obviously we know it. We need mobile should be something usable by something like who is more like a geek, as well as by someone who doesn't even know the difference between Chrome and Google. So in this case, we want it to be more super secure, and it should be crash resistant, etc. And we thought like Rust will be more applicable in that way. So we are trying to rewrite a lot of critical components which interact with the user, means like user inputs, etc., and make them use Rust. Then port to GTK4. So people who know about GTK might have seen that Phosh uses GTK3, and now but GTK4 is the one on latest, and GTK5 is also about to come. So you might be wondering when we are going to port to GTK4, but we are working on that. So our thing is we want to port to GTK4, and we also want to rewrite some components we had in handy to Advaita. So wanna hop in. So this is something that might be attracting for many of you. So let me tell my story as well as my friend's story. So we all started working on Phosh in our college days. So myself and Gautam and Suraj, we all started working on this when we were in college. Like I started my contribution to Phosh in college itself. So from that only we started, and now we are working on a company which funds our work on Phosh. So if you're someone who is in college and you're thinking like you're still interested in like choosing which open source project might be more interesting for you, then I think I can urge for Phosh. We have a lot of things. We need something like, we don't need something like a kind of high technical mind or something. We need something that is used by you. So you are using Phosh, so you are going to add features to that. So it's like you are rating your own operating system or your own interface. Like you want something to be something like this, then you can add that feature. So Phosh is most like developed by you. So if you're interested, then you can surely hop in. So I'll tell the basic components you might need to know to get in Phosh. Phosh is written in C, but thanks to GNOME and its glib architecture, you need not have that much, pointer nightmare with the C Phosh. Phosh like levies on a lot of glibs, shortcuts, and etc. So it's like more like if you know basics of C, I think like your college course on C should be more than enough to cover what Phosh does. Then we have GTK and GObject ecosystem. So this is maybe GTK's docs may not be too much friendly compared to what you have for Android and iOS, but still GTK has a good documentation, and you can try those things also to get started. So now GNOME developer docs are quite good compared to what it was previously. So you can obviously like get if you're able to know, like if you're able to understand how to write a application for Linux using GTK, then Phosh will be very easy for you. Then I can say like you can check out development guide. So it is something like a link like where we tell about what we use on Phosh and how to make Phosh development easy for you. So for example, I can say Phosh does not have something called SDKs or something. So if you're from Android and iOS, you might know X frameworks, and Android has a different SDKs for Kotlin, then Flutter, then Kotlin native is there. So a lot of things are there. But in Phosh, we don't have any of them. Phosh, because it uses GTK, you can write in any language you want. You can write in C, you can write in Rust, you can write in Python, you can write in JavaScript. So there are a lot of languages. It won't be a big concern for you if you're going to write a GTK-based thing. And for development, as I said, Phosh is more targeted for mobile. You might be wondering, so it means should I be flashing some new OS in my phone? And that means I will lose access to my phone, etc. Not exactly like that. Phosh, since it's based on Wayland, we can, and since it's all Linux, you can run Phosh inside your normal Linux laptop itself, desktop itself, and you can develop Phosh from that. So I will show you live introduction over how we are doing that. So we can just see this. Phosh.mobi is our website, and where we document our releases and other blog posts, etc. And you can follow that. Next slide, please. So let's try Phosh right now. So we have a Phosh phone, and I will also launch Phosh on my laptop through the nested session. So we can just do a live test checking, and you can tell us how you like it and what features you think we can. And if you have more questions on how to contribute to Phosh or something, feel free to talk to any of us here. So let's do a QA and live try now.
Hey, how do you think the interaction of Wayland and like tools like let's say Waydroid, right? So Waydroid and systems such as that help improve the adoption of Phosh. So like offer a better mobile experience compared to what we had in the past.
Yeah. So. Yeah, this is a good question, and we get asked this something question in every conference we talk. So Phosh, it's for Linux, right? So Linux means you won't be able to use Android, or your phone will be completely Linux now. So you get all the good features of Linux, means free updates as long as your phone is alive, and there is no cost, it's free, and full customization. But the question many people ask is, especially in India, we need some things basic like WhatsApp. We need that. We need other apps like Amazon, Flipkart, etc. Then Google Pay. There are a lot of things which they are not part of Linux ecosystem yet. So, and you want them, right? So for this, there's something called Waydroid. Waydroid is like lets you run Android applications inside Linux. So his question is like how I think Waydroid and Phosh ecosystem goes, and how see your scope in future. So it's something like Android is getting most restricting in like with this in communities. It's like they have a lot of hardware-based attestations, etc. So they are trying their best to block it, I can say. But we have like this Phosh doesn't actually interact with hardware. It is like give me a Linux-based ecosystem, I will run on top of it. So Phosh doesn't do anything. Talk or directly to hardware, etc. So we have mobile phone, like people and teams who are working on porting Linux to phones. So we have Mobi and Droid and Postmarket OS, and there are companies like Librem, Purism, and we have something like Fury Labs, etc. So they are working on the hardware, and they are ensuring that you can run Linux on your phones, and most of them offer like 99% of the often Phoshes the user interface for you. So this question, to your question, I can say, yeah, Phosh doesn't know much about this because since it does not interact with hardware, but phone OS distributors, they are working on to ensure that they get the drivers, and they like most of us reverse engineering something, but they're doing their best to port that. So. And in other cases where Waydroid can run your simple applications, but for applications like say like Google Pay, etc., which really need some hardware-based attestation, etc. So Google Pay developer, they should support us. So we can try our best, but still, if they choose to not cooperate, then we can't do anything. Does it answer your question? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have a phone, so we can just give a try.
Won't be visible.
No, we can give it to them. Yes.
Yeah, if anyone wants to try it right now or later after this talk, we have a bunch of Phosh phones. Anyone? Yeah. Password is 1234.
So you can see this is Phosh, but due to project dates, something going like this. But Gautam maybe can show a demo of how Phosh looks like. You can show the quick settings.
It's running inside a nested setup. So you don't need explicit SDKs which are very resource driven. It just consumes very less resource, so you can tinker or do code contributions or changes very fastly.
Yes, so adding to that point, it means like, so Gautam is running it directly from his editor. You can see his GNOME builder editor at the background, so and he is running it directly from the terminal. So it means like you can make the changes and you can just say them, and it just like running on compilation step, which compiles that, and you get your shell. So you need not do something like transfer things to your phone or something. So people who know Android development may be able to contrast this. You need not have a resource intensive Android studio running and make your apps to the phone and test them, then something breaks, you don't know what is the error, lot of things. So it is like fully C, and it's like you can just run a GDB lines, GNOME debugger here, everything. Okay. Any questions or something? Feel free to contact us, we'll be logging here. Otherwise, check Phosh Matrix channel, whose link is available in phosh.mobi, and you can interact with us there. Thank you.
So thank you so much to the Phosh team. So now we'll have a break. The break it starts from now, and we'll have the break till we have a lunch break till 1:50. So it is 12:55. So see you at 1:50. We'll start another session at 1:50. Also, if you have heard that we are having Ubuntu release party just inside the Bagmani Tech Park near the Toit one. It isn't the official one, but we are having there.
supports NVIDIA graphics card, and I got the hang of it from there. Pardon? Yep, for online. Yeah, no, remote. It's a remote. Online.
It's
No,
an online.
Meeting. Yeah, just the screen.
This that's sir, a cable could.
It's okay.
Hello, Sammy. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wait. I cannot hear you right now. Let me see. How can I do it? Oh, it's muted. Okay, now can you talk?
So is it okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think should be. I can listen, but the hall cannot listen. Cannot hear you right now. Let me change some do some settings changes for a while. Audio. Can you talk? Can you talk for a bit?
Hello, testing. Hello.
Oh, now okay. Wait, let me.
Hello.
I cannot also listen to you. Wait, let me try to work it out for you. No audio. You cannot hear. You cannot hear. How they do it last time? Last time they only put mic over here or how?
Okay, let me check. Volume
It's going here. Output HDMI, right?
No, not on HDMI, I think.
Okay.
Speaker.
So then how people?
Yeah, so I always saw my screen
You need to
sharing
connect
and
on
also
Bluetooth. Is the
turn on my
speakers on Bluetooth?
webcam.
Oh, Bluetooth. Wait. We're trying to connect to Bluetooth speaker right now, but not sure how.
Oh, let me check.
Okay.
Speakers. Connection.
WH.
The morning it came, no?
No, it's connect.
Maybe connect.
Jad, macam nak connect ni? Audio.
Testing.
Tadi aku pakai HDMI je. HDMI tapi masalahnya kenapa audio je? Okay. HDMI, audio, sound. Oh. Tak ada mute kan?
Let them talk.
No?
Just. Okay. Cable bakal.
I changed cable already.
Yeah, that was little bit. I will change that. I told him we'll start from 220, and he says fine.
I know. I already talked to him.
Oh, and why not you? I am just doing at the rate.
Because you're not here. And then set this bus.
Boleh
tak kau?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. It's upside down.
Connect.
Okay.
Okay.
No. Laptop. Oh, okay. Okay, Sami. Okay, Sami is currently working right now.
Okay.
Okay. Please wait for a moment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Okay. You can.
I can announce.
Yeah, you can announce.
Okay. Okay, so we start now or just wait for 5 minutes?
Okay, we are just starting now. Let me announce first. So we are resuming our session after the lunch break. So the session is going to be about open source movement, empowering career and communities by Samifon. So I request everyone to join us for this session. So let's start it. The time is 2:20.
Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for attending the GNOME Asia Summit this year. So I'm talking about the open source movement and how it empowering your career and our communities. So let me introduce myself. My name is Sammy Fung. I am a founder and this 2 years, I start another society, which is Open Platform Society. And I have been a volunteer in the open source community for over 20 years, which close to 13 years actually. Yeah. So and I was the board member of the Genome Foundation in last 2 years, and now I'm focused on the open data and also open source AI model as well. So this night will be fun on my Chinese and also English board as well. So you does not need to capture the screen. You can download my slide on the GNOME ASIA Summit website and also my English board semiphone.com as well. So don't worry about that. So in these presentations, I would like to share with you by engaging the open source movement, and you can empower your career and also strengthen the communities and transforming both your future and also the tech landscape through the collaborations, innovations, and also share the knowledge as well. So it's not like the traditional IT industry. If you use the open source, you can also empower your IT career as well. Yeah. So the first thing I would like to talk about is what is open source, because actually this presentation I give to university student in this year. So maybe some of them and also maybe some of you maybe don't know what is open source. Maybe you learn this term, but you don't know exactly what is does this open source means. So the open source means the source code of the software is freely available under an open source license. So you can use the open source software, you can read the source code of the open source software, and you can modify the source code of the open source software. And also you can redistribute the open source software to others as well. So you can use it, you can read what does the software doing, and also you can modify, and also you can share this open source software to others, just like your friends, your clients, something like that. So the next thing I would like to talk about is the benefit of the open source for both business and users. So it is just for the hobbyists, it is also for the business, for the company. Open source have some benefit for everyone. So the first benefit is cost effective, because the, open source software is low licensing fee. So you don't need to buy a software and then try it. Oh, I buy maybe $1,000 for proprietary software, and I use it, but it does not fit my requirement. But for the open source, you don't need to pay the license fee. You can use it and see whether it's fulfill your requirement. The second benefit is flexibility, and you can customize it as well. So you can tailor make IT solutions with the existing open source software. So you can gather maybe 1,000 of open source software from internet, and then tap into, just like you can build a Linux OS, something like that. You can tailor make Linux OS solutions. Another benefit is transparency. So the source code is open, so you can understand what is the software doing. Because sometimes when you use the software, maybe it have some logical behind the scheme. You see that, so maybe and do something, connect to internet to do something with a third party provider, something like that. So you can understand the source code, what does it exactly do it for your solutions. And another benefit is a long-term viability, because it's more sustainable, because sometimes you can actually nowadays we can find many millions of open source software on the internet, but maybe some of them is no longer maintained by the original developer. Maybe it is out of maintenance for 3 years, 4 years, something like that. But the benefit of open source is that even you find software which is not maintained by anyone, so you can still can use it, and you can enhance it to fulfill nowadays the system requirements, something like that. So this is why it can have a long-term sustainability is a benefit of the open source software. Another benefit is community collaborations, because when you develop traditional proprietary software, you just form a company and get maybe 10 or 100 developers to develop a single software. But for the open source software, maybe you can collaborate with different developers around the world. And also you can work with other companies around the world as well. Just like I'm now doing presentations in Hong Kong. So you are listening this presentation in the India, or even we have many audience out around the world to listen to this talk online on YouTube. So this a kind of community collaborations, how we bring to each other, and then we have a collective innovations for new open source solutions. And also global reach as well. So even a company in United States, a company in the Europe, so they can looking for any contributions from around the world. So maybe from Africa, from Asia, from India, from you. So you can help other project. Maybe the project is original from a company in Europe, something like that. So you can see the global reach. And when you release your software, your open source software online, you can also release this software to the world. Just like I developed open source software for the weather data in Hong Kong. So it satisfies me is that some people in the United States, in the America, use my Hong Kong weather data software, and also they contribute to my project as well. So you can see how you develop a project in your city, in your country, but actually you can reach the potential user anywhere in the world. So this is another benefit, global reach. So open source is source code available, so it also enhances the security. So you can ask others to have a peer review for the open source software security as well. And also benefit from the open source, we can have a rapid development as well. So we can have a faster bug fix for the open source software. And also, even if you are a new contributor to the open source, you are a new user to the open source, you can also learn and have a skill development with the open source community and with the any kind of open source project. available on the internet. So you can have more hands-on experience rather than you just study in your university, but with you involved in the open source, you can have more hands-on experience in the industry. So you have a more good future for your career. So about the career path, many companies want open source experience. Not just in America, not just in Europe, even in Asia, just like in Hong Kong, some of company in Hong Kong, they will also in their job requirement, they are also include a line about if you have an open source experience, it will be a bonus to get the job. Yeah. So you have a higher chance to get a job. So it give some leading to the job opportunity in the software development, in the DevOps, in the system administration, also in the AI industry as well. And maybe some people, they contribute to open source software. They also have some potential to get some opportunity to have some freelancing jobs. So maybe some people maybe just like to become a digital nomad, to travel around the world. They maybe they will live in a single city for maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then stay in that city as a visitor visitors, and then just work remotely to contribute to the open source, and also doing some freelancing job as well. So the next thing I'll talk about the business model. So I will talk about some model is a service-based business model. Some of the model is funding-based business models. So the first model I would like to talk about, actually we have 3 different kind of terms, but they are similar. They are service-based business model, just like open core, freemium model, and marketplace model. Just like you can develop open source software. You have a core function of the feature of the software. So you provide the basics core functionality to the user. But if they are looking for some advanced function, advanced plug-in, so they can maybe go to the marketplace of your open source project, so they can looking for some enhancement. So I will give some example. Just like WordPress. So you have this kind of business model. So you can see that the open source software can help you to make some profit, and also even help the other people to make profit as well. So it becomes a business model, a business economy, something like that. The second model is the software as a service. So some open source software can be hosted on the cloud server. So the potential customer can just subscribe to your service and then use the software. So this is another open source business model. Another model is a consultancy service. It's quite simple, just like the traditional industry. Just like with your develop open source software, just like Linux systems, Linux OS. So you can provide the consultancy service to help the customer how to use, how to deploy the open source software, how to deploy the Linux system on their business, on their company. Another model is training and certification, just like Linux or AI or DevOps. So there are some different kind of training and certification, so the people can provide training to the users, and also have certifications, some examinations systems to let the potential users to get through the examination, to get the certification, which they are certified to engineer to provide the solutions of this open source software. Another model is still license, but nowadays it's not common. But it also have some software using dual license, which means one software have open source license and also the proprietary license as well. So this dual license. Another business model is a funding-based business model, which is crowdfunding and donation. So with your individual developers, so you develop maybe starting from beginning, you develop some open source software, which not a big open source software. So you can ask for donations, ask for crowdfunding to support you to develop open source software. And for the bigger projects, for just like for the big projects, so they can have a partnership or sponsorship. Maybe some bigger open source software, they will have a different commercial company to be their sponsor, to sponsor their project, to support their development. And also some open source project maybe start by a company. So maybe one or two or three company to form an alliance together. So they have a partnership to support a new open source software project. Just like some blockchain open source software is using the partnership business model to sustain their open source development. The last business model is data monetization, which means that you develop an open source software and then you will collect some user data or how they use the software. So you generate some data related to this software, and you can make money with this kind of data to make profit. So I will talk about some example about last 8 business model. So the first example is very famous, is Linux. So Linux Torvalds developed the Linux kernel, which means the system kernel of the Linux operation system, and then some company which use the Linux kernel and also other kind of open source utilities to create their own Linux distributions, Linux operation system, just like Ubuntu, just like Red Hat. So and also nowadays some company form the Linux Foundation as well to sustain and also help more project to do the business as well. So just like the Linux, so some company provide the consulting service, some company provide the software as a service, just like when you go to different cloud platform, just like Amazon, Google, Microsoft. So you can just use the mouse click, and then you can install the Red Hat, you can install the Ubuntu. So this kind of software as a service. And also some company and Linux Foundation and also provide the training and certifications on the Linux administration as well, just like LPIC, LFCS, and RSCE, something like that. Another example is WordPress. So it's a board and also content management system. So it uses the open core freemium model, marketplace model, to have their very large WordPress ecosystem. So you can, when you install the WordPress in your own self-host, or you subscribe to some WordPress software as a service. So sometimes you need to install some commercial plugin to help you to customize, to tailor make your WordPress website. So this kind is marketplace model, and some companies also provide the consultancy service on the WordPress as well. AI is also another example about the open source business. So just like Meta create Python and Google create the TensorFlow, and they are all based. They are all Python-based open source software. So why they have some paid staff to develop Python and TensorFlow, because they would like to have some community engagement and collaborations. They want to have some to define AI centralizations, to use the cloud service, and also they would like to attract more AI talent to use their service. So it is kind of have their own business strategy. So you can see that some company use open source development model to develop AI solutions for the potential customer. And also blockchain and crypto are also another open source example. Just like the very famous crypto Bitcoin. Bitcoin is open source. So this is why you don't know who developed Bitcoin, but because Bitcoin is open source, people read the source code and then trust this crypto, trust the Bitcoin. Another crypto is Ethereum, is also open source. And also one of my friend in Hong Kong, he developed the Litecoin as well. It's also the crypto and also open source. So I would like to share some business case in Hong Kong and Asia. So just like Litecoin is a project start from Hong Kong, and also off here is an open source project by a Hong Kong company which provide the IAM solutions. So you can use off here to just have a simple login. You can do it also integrate with the just like Google sign in, a different kind of sign in. So they have handled the SSO as well. And also we have some friends from the open source community in Asia. They formed some a company to develop some open source solution about the machine learning operations and ML ops, and also the DBT data validation toolkit as well. So you can see nowadays it's not just company in America, in Europe to start some open source business. Nowadays we have some company in Asia also start their open source solution as well to have some business. So after I talk about the business model and for the individual, how you can involve in the open source to enhance your career. So you must create a GitOps account, and then you should use how to use the Git to do some coding. You can help the open source project to do coding, to help open source project to create some documentations, help them to do some testing. And even though you are not coders, you can help them to create some graphic or video to promote their projects. And also some project also volunteer to build their community, just like the GNOME community, Python community, something like that. So the GitHub is the very beginning. You can start fun. And every project they have the issues, so they will put to the issue page to list out potential bug, potential enhancement they are looking for, and potentially they would like to help the project. So you can check it out the issue of every open source project to find some open source project you are interested to contribute. So every year we have a Hacktoberfest, which is a month-long celebrations for open source in October. So nowadays you can have the coding. So actually this word is come from two words, which is Hack and Oktoberfest. So Oktoberfest is the beer festival in Germany. And also Hack means coatings. So last year in 2023, so it's about the 100,000 participants around the world to join the Hacktoberfest. So with how you can looking for open source project with joining the Hacktoberfest. So you're just looking for the Hacktoberfest tab, and then you go to the issue page and then looking for some good first issue tab. So it usually good for the beginner to contribute to the open source project. And how to contribute in GNOME? So I would suggest you to check out the issue on the gitlab.gnome.org. And also you can check it out on the GNOME website, gnome.org, and then click on the Get Involved. So you can see how we can help you to be a contributor in GNOME. So if you have some questions, so you can go to GNOME Matrix. So we have a welcome channel. So we have some GNOME contributors to answer your questions. So the next thing is you can also contribute in the community as well. So why you should involve in the community? Because just like you attend the GNOME ASIA Summit, so it's a networking opportunity. So you can meet other new and old friends in person. So you can chat with other people and learn from each other. And also, community is also have the collaboration as well. So if you go back to your home, so you can looking for any open source project, so you can work on the open source project with other globally. And also in the community, just like you come to GNOME ASIA Summit today, so you can learn from each other, and also you can share your knowledge, share your skills, share your experience, so it can help you or other to improve their skill as well. So the benefit of the community is you can develop your personal skill, which is not just the coding skill, and you can develop your communication skill, how you speak with some potential employer, some professional he or she is already working in the industry, and also develop your social level as well. So in the today in the GNOME ASIA Summit. So it is not coming from local. We have some other participants coming from one other country as well. So you can learn each other to see what they are doing. So you can see any potential in your career or in your business. So it can also help to build local economy and social impact as well. So in Hong Kong, one of my executive committee member in Open Source Hong Kong, he is not a coder, he is not an IT professional, but he is a local social worker. So he doing some thing to develop Chinese input method to help the local people who have some specialty to input Chinese on the computer, on the Linux, on the GNOME. So you can see that open source can have some social impact as well in your community, in your city. So another example about the community is Python community. So Python is released on the internet, started by the good old Van Woosum in 1989. So nowadays in Python we have a many contributor involved, and also Python is starting from new scope, which nowadays you can think that is a discussion forum. And also 20 years ago, they formed the Python Software Foundations and also organized the first Python conference in United States, which only 10 to 12 persons attend. But nowadays, we have many Python conferences around the world, and also have many Python user group as well. So you can see that you can find the local Python user group meetups and also Python conference in your country or in your city. So in Hong Kong, I start from I found the Hong Kong Linux user group in 1997. And also Hong Kong is an international city. We have many expats and also overseas visitors living or coming to Hong Kong. So we have a website and forum as well, and also have some in-person physical meetings. So this is how we start the local communities. So in 15 years ago, I started open source Hong Kong. So we are not just focused on Linux, we are also focused on open source software. So after we vision some overseas conference, we start the Hong Kong Open Source Conference in 2013, and also PyCon Hong Kong in 2015. So in Asia, you can find different kind of open source related event and also conference as well, just like Software Freedom Day, Open Data Day. And Taiwan have their largest open source conference in the East Asia, at least, which is CONSCOM, and GNOME Asia Summit, Phosh Asia, and Open Tech Summit, PyCon APAC, UbenCon Asia, LibreOffice Asia Conference, Asia BSD Conference. So you can see some conference in the Asia to help the open source community to go and also help the local and global IT industry as well. So get started now and try the GitHub, and I hope you to join some some online discussion, join some local meetup, and also local and regional conference as well. So beside the give me a challenge console to see on the background of this line. So actually, the further is maybe sometimes that I choose this, which actually I submit over 100 lines of Python code. But other contributors is just contribute checking every slide of performance. So you can see that I hope you can join the contributing open source project. So it's not difficult, it's quite easy if you have some content experience. The open source Hong Kong with you would like to learn what's going on in the Hong Kong open source community. So you can check it out the open source Hong Kong website, opensource.hk, and also the social network of the open source HK as well. So I hope in this talk I would like to share with you about the business model and some potential how you can contribute as the individual developers. So I hope that you can engage with open source movement and also you can empower your career and strengthen the tech communities and transform both your future and the tech landscape through the open source collaborations, innovations, and share learning as well. So nowadays, my words about the open source, which I create a Catalyst YouTube channel to talk about some open source news, and also in the future, I'm more focused on the open data, open source AI model, and also open source as well. So I hope I can do something to support the software freedom movement for the digital rights and also human rights in 21st century digital world as well. So if you would like to support me, you can go to my Patreon or GitHub sponsor as well. And yeah. So thank you for your listening to this presentation, to join these sessions. So I hope you can join the Geelong project as well, and also other projects also welcome you to contribute. Yeah, thank you.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ Hello, check. is getting the battery. What's the
Font size should be big. I can bump it. You want it more? Okay. Great. Yeah, and you want to turn it this way because the camera.
So can I announce that?
Yep,
you,
let's do it.
So the session is starting. It is a 50-minute long session. It is 3 right now. So yeah, handing over to you.
Great, thanks. I'm going to start the timer. Hey folks, I know we're getting to the last half of the day, and today we're going to be talking a little bit about a mentored projects experience, looking at some specific open source internship programs that are out there and how those things have worked out in the Fedora community, some lessons learned, and looking at specifically the mentor perspective and the mentee perspective. So a little bit about us. Nikita, you want to do an introduction?
Yeah. So hello everyone. I'm Nikita Tripathi and I recently graduated in July from IIT Roorkee with a BTech in mechanical engineering. Right now I'm a software engineer and I stay at Bangalore, but I'm originally from Noida. And I got more involved in open source for the first time through Outreachy and an Outreachy internship at Fedora, to be specific. And I had been increasingly involving myself more with open source by working for Software Freedom Conservancy as their contract graphic designer and going for speaking at international open source conferences as well.
Hey folks, I'm Justin. I got my start in the Fedora community about 10 years ago. I've been involved in Fedora since then, and I've been a mentor for some of our mentored projects programs. I was actually a GSOC student in 2016, forgot about that. I was a mentor for the first time in 2019 with Fedora. I was a mentor with UNICEF in 2022, and I just finished a Outreachy round as a mentor and coordinator for Fedora just in this last round this year. So a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be looking quickly at doing some level setting, like what is Outreachy, what are Fedora mentored projects. We'll take some looks at the perspectives of a mentor and mentee or intern and mentor in Outreachy. We'll take a look at like the applicant to intern pipeline, which is kind of some thoughts about how Outreachy is different from some other programs, and some thoughts on where these things can be improved in general and for the Fedora community. So, quick show of hands, who here knows what Outreachy is? Or has heard of it, familiar with it? So that's like about half the room or so. How many people know about GSOC, have heard about GSOC before? So that's like pretty much the whole room. How about Google Code-In? I know that's not around anymore, but there's a few people that know. So all these things are the types of things we're talking about when we say mentored projects. But specifically looking in at Outreachy, Outreachy is a 3-month internship. It's completely remote, and interns are actually they're paid a $7,000 USD stipend for the duration of the internship. The interns, over the span of their internship, work exclusively on free and open source software projects, and they're paired with an experienced mentor from the community that they're working with. And the intern Outreachy cohorts generally run twice a year, May to August, December to March, approximately 50-ish interns per cohort across all the communities that are participating. And one of the things that makes Outreachy very different from other programs is there's this 1-month period where, as an applicant to the program, you actually contribute and get involved with the project. And that's used as the selection criteria for the internship. So for about 1 month, people show up in the project, get a chance to interact with the mentors, get to know the community, and actually make some contributions before the final decision on the internship is made. Zooming into the Fedora perspective, looking at how Fedora approaches all of these different kinds of mentored projects, we do participate in multiple different, well, actually right now it's just Outreachy. We used to be involved with GSOC for like 15, 16 years, quite a long time. We were one of the first communities with GSOC, but they've changed some of their criteria. We haven't been involved for a little bit now, though we're trying to get back in the game there. So for now, we're just doing Outreachy. We also used to be quite big with Google Code-In before Google ended that program. But how does it work on the Fedora side? How do we plan these and do these? So we have coordinators in our project, which I'm one of them, and actually Smira Goel in the back is another one of our Outreachy coordinators who helps evaluate project proposals that are coming from mentors or project leads in our community. And we use the following criteria to, accept or reject or oftentimes constructively provide feedback to mentors on how they can make their project proposals effective. But we're looking at things like it should have some direct relationship to Fedora, or it should have some kind of Fedora branding associated with it. It should be used to build our operating system. It could be different tools and applications that we use to, inside the community, or, there's some other direct benefit to Fedora. But again, all these things are free and open source software. So I'll pass it over to Nikita to do a little look at some of the perspectives of the mentor, mentee, intern end of things.
So most of this presentation has been inspired from our personal anecdotes, and we would like to share some of them to basically set the stage. So I became the Outreachy intern for Fedora Badges design project back in the summer of 2022, and this has irrevocably changed my life. So back in college, I was still finding what I was interested in and what I wanted to do with my life, and Outreachy helped me clear that mist and find out, materialize my objectives, and because it put me in an environment where I was not only learning about new applications, about open source, but also for the first time learning to push my boundaries and really discover and implore on the fact that I was capable of a lot more than I imagined. My Outreachy contribution phase happened along when I was having my second year end semester exams, and I was already in a whirlwind of things. So this experience had really opened my eyes to the fact that I have 24 hours in a day, but actually I can use it in such an efficient and effective manner that I can do a lot of things at the same time. So when I was selected for the internship, I was very new to Fedora and I was very new to open source. And I had no prior knowledge of these things. So it was my mentors, Mary Norden and Smera, who introduced me to the concept of open source and Fedora. And because of them, I formed this image of Fedora that I have now in my mind. And it was a very welcoming and a very cheerful kind of community that they had made this image of in my mind. And on a personal level, they especially became the face of the organization for me. What I found to be the most commendable about this experience of this internship was how good my mentors were at handling a newbie like me. They were always open to ideas, always ready for discussions, for collaborations. And this was something new to me because the mentors that I had for the most part of my life were just giving me information like those were some orders. And we would have these weekly catch-ups for my internship, and those catch-ups were not really always focused upon the projects. They also treated me like a human and asked me about my lives. So that really made me connect with them more, and I'm not shy to say that my internship was nothing short of magic. I have a special place in my head mentorship that Mary and Smera provided for me. It has become an inspiration for communication and collaboration to me. And everything that my mentors did during the internship to keep me motivated, to keep me going forward with the internship, instilled a sense of ownership for this project. And it increased my responsibility towards the completion of the project and made me feel more satisfied with my work. So this went hand in hand with the popular saying that goes around in open source community, that people come for the code, but they stay for the community. And even after my internship ended, I still continue to contribute to Fedora. And it basically keeps my creative juices flowing, and it helps me take a break from staring at a black screen with green text on it for hours.
So now the intern. So the intern needs to feel like they're a part of the community and not an outsider or an observer, and helping, your role as a mentor is to help make those connections and integrate them into the community so they feel like they're a part of it, not an outsider working on their project isolated away from everyone else. So they need to feel that part of it, to feel empowered to do the work and collaborate with people who are also outside of that direct mentor-mentee relationship. Of course, as a mentor, you are probably going to be the first point of contact for your intern or your mentee, but you don't want to be the only point of contact. You want to help open the doors for them to meet and know different people they can reach out to for help on different topics. So that's one of your roles as a mentor. Like, I always think about, how can I help my intern feel more a part of the community? How can I help them get to know the people who are part of our project? Another thing that I think about always is organization and having clear pathways. So as a mentor, your role is really to be like a guide for your intern or your mentee. Having clear pathways without too many different turns is important. And the intern should have some independence actually in choosing their direction, and your role as a mentor is to provide some of those milestones and guidelines and kind of the general direction. Because like Nikita said, like, she had a bunch of mentors before who were kind of like, do this, do that, and it wasn't really like a lot of room for input from the mentee's side. The most effective mentoring that I've always seen is when your role as a mentor, the intern or the mentee should have some of that independence to navigate these things and ask the questions and kind of figure out the direction. And your role as a mentor is to try to keep things on track, keep things moving in the right direction, moving towards the right deliverables, but not necessarily, writing the script of how everything has to go. What are skills and abilities they want to foster and build and expand upon? And how can they connect with future opportunities in doing these things? So, and that might be in your own community, but it might also be in the wider working world. So of course, like, it always makes me happy when I have an intern who, after the internship finishes, they continue contributing in the community and they do great contributions and we see them at our events, and I love to see that. But that's not the only definition of success here. And a lot of times people have different life circumstances. Not everybody can do all those things as a volunteer. So I'm always trying to think as a mentor, how can I help my intern or mentee be as successful as they can, not just in the project, but in their career and achieving these goals and things that they want to work towards in their life. So now I'll pass it back to Nikita to talk a little bit about riding the Outreachy wave, which we'll talk about.
So in the recent years, SFC has really focused on marketing Outreachy on social media platforms such as LinkedIn, Twitter, X, and that has led to a popularity explosion amongst the college students specifically across the globe. And Outreachy happens in 3 main phases. So the first one is the essay round, and then we get to the contribution phase, and then we finally fill in the application. And there have been some contrasting notions about these 3 phases on the ground level that I have come to know through my seniors, my peers, and my juniors. So on one hand, people find it incredibly competitive to get through the essay phase. So because they have to express themselves, their lives, they have to pack it down to the character limit that the essay has. And on the other hand, people find it to be a diversity thing, that people who get selected in Outreachy just have to tell their sob story through the essay. But none of them really capture the real essence of that essay round, which is to filter out people who can genuinely benefit from the program, and rather than those people who would apply to it just for the sake of the novelty of this program. The other idea that floats around the phases of Outreachy is about the contribution phase. where people either get extremely overwhelmed because of the competition, or they're way too confident that they have reached this contribution phase, that they can easily clear it. But in most of the cases, it's the former rather than the latter. And it all comes down to finding a balance over here. So from my personal experience, yes, the contribution phase was not easy. And it was especially hard for me because I was having my end semester exams at the same time. I was already involved in JP Morgan's quant mentorship program. I was also working on a game development project with a computer club at my college. And I was also preparing for competitive programming, like those competitions that they hold for basically preparing for my internship exams, which were going to be held in a few months after the contribution phase. So this, because of all these engagements, I was only able to focus on one project, that was the Fedora Badges project. And typically people contribute to 3 to 4 projects at the same time to increase their chances. So it was honestly a very risky bet for me. And a lot of people face a similar problem in the contribution phase where life catches on. Things happen, they get sick, something happens, and they cannot contribute for, let's say, a week or so. And they feel so overwhelmed by this. They feel that they are getting behind their peers, that they stop contributing. And it just so happens that around 20 to 40% of the people drop out of the contribution phase when life catches on. And it's normal. It's better to communicate it, or maybe just continue on, just to try your best. So what worked out for me while I was so busy with other things was to really focus on the quality of my contribution rather than the quantity of it. So I actually spent half of the time of the contribution phase studying about the documents, researching about the organization, truly trying to understand what kind of contributions that they want from me to make valuable pull requests or tasks so that they could use it even after my contribution ended. Oh, yeah, it helped me build my understanding of the project. What helped me the most was the guidelines and the group chat with the co-contributors and the mentors. And towards the end of my contribution phase, there was a release party which I joined. It was the Fedora's F37 release party, I remember. And I just joined it to learn more about the organization. I've never been to a release party. But it helped me in a way that I never expected it to. So after I got selected for my Outreachy internship, Marie told me that she noticed it, that I was participating in the F37 release, and not a lot of contributors do show this enthusiasm to learn more about their organization. And I guess it never hurts to be more interested.
So just a quick show of hands. Who here has been a mentor for like GSOC or Outreachy? Do we have a few? All right. So someone who's been an Outreachy mentor, can you just give me one word? Just shout it out. Like, what is that experience like when in that first month when the application phase? Crazy, chaotic, overwhelming. Yeah, it's a lot. So if you've never done Outreachy, you know, what this experience is like is you might have, you know, because also what happens is nobody knows what the projects are as an applicant until the same day to try to get everyone a fair shot at contributing. So everyone finds out the projects on the same day, and as a mentor, you might go from having a nice casual weekend, and on Monday morning, you have 150 people who have showed up into your open source project all at once. And even if you have the best onboarding guidelines and you spent time documenting things and trying to put people on the right track, you will battle test those guidelines as an Outreachy mentor. And if you don't have them, well, you're probably going to be writing them pretty dang fast. So, however, there's some really great ways that you can, or strategies that you can take to battle this overwhelming feeling of having so many new people in your community all at once. So, one of the things is that thinking about people who are more advanced in their skills and probably people who are your most talented applicants and have the greatest shot at being an intern, You want to make sure that you're setting them up to have enough opportunities to actually showcase themselves and their skills and their strengths. So you need to think about that. Like, how can you, in this pool and ocean of people who have now showed up in your project, how are you going to think about filtering that pool down to make your selection, the hard selection for 1 or 2 people for an internship? So thinking about how can you set yourself up to have, deeper opportunities for someone to showcase these more advanced skills, but also on the flip side, you're going to have a lot of people who show up who are probably much earlier or very junior in their experience. So thinking about how can you provide opportunities for lesser experienced contributors or people who are totally new to all of this to start building their portfolio and skills in the open source world, even if you might not end up selecting them in the end. So to help explain that, I want to go through a case study of, like I said, I was just a mentor in this last Outreachy round from May to August of this year. And I want to talk a little bit about how I approached it, kind of going from beginning to end, from the application phase to onboarding, working during the internship to the offboarding. So the first step that always begins is as the application phase goes on, I want to try to get to know my intern applicants a little bit more. How do you narrow down a pool of, and so for my project specifically, I mentioned Fedora had 150 people. For my project specifically, we as Fedora, we had 3 different interns, well, 2 actually, and then 2 of those were for mine. How do I narrow down a pool of 50 people to 2? So how do you manage all these questions and queries and doubts and requests for mentoring from so many people? And the truth is that, like, some people are going to show up to your project and they are ready to rock. Like, they are pros. Some people have showed up as this is their 4th time trying to go for the internship. They've been around the block. They know a little bit of how things work. So some people you might have people like that. Some people need just a little bit of guidance to help them reach their fullest potential and that peak ability. And then, some people are just, not quite fully ready for the opportunity. But they're going to be there, contributing, trying their best to get involved. So as a mentor, use your time as effectively and efficiently as possible. And you'll hear me talk a little bit about this idea of peer mentoring. So for my project back in May, we had, I had the pool of 50 people that came in, and it was this huge wave of people. So what I did, my strategy was that, like Nikita mentioned, there's that application phase, people apply, and then you can have the opportunity to contribute. So I added something as like a minimum eligibility criteria on top of what Outreachy already had as the base level. And I designed 5 different tasks that all my applicants to my project had to complete by the end of the internship period, or else I just wouldn't consider the application because I had so many people. So those 5 tasks, I had them create a profile in the Fedora account system, make a blog, write a blog post about what you're learning about the Fedora community, share your blog post on social media, and then write an onboarding guide for someone who's like a future Outreachy applicant who's in your shoes. How would you advise them to get started and involved? So that helped me a lot because I had this huge wave of people, and so folks were able to kind of have that, again, like I talked about earlier, clear pathway. Like, here's the first 5 things. You show up, it's day 1, here's where you start. And what I liked about that is it gave that guidance, but also about that peer mentoring. I also encouraged people because these were very basic things, and I was trying to, again, focus my time on, the most talented people. So try to understand who are my people who have the best shot at this internship and can do this, the requirements for the role. So I encouraged peer mentoring. So that way other applicants who completed those tasks and had gone through it already actually helped out other applicants who are also trying to go through those. And in Fedora, we use a lot of non-conventional tools. We host a lot of our own things. We don't really use GitHub so much. So there can be a learning curve. Even if you've been in open source and other communities, we use different tools than a lot of other projects. And that's true for a lot of Linux distribution communities and desktop environments, even like GNOME. So people stepped up to do that peer mentoring, but it also gave me a clear way to track people's progress. So when someone completed a task, I would assign them to that issue. I had 5 issues for each of those tasks. And I asked people, once you complete it, drop a comment with the evidence that you've completed it, like a link to your blog post, a link to your profile, et cetera, et cetera. And so once I verified that someone had done it as the instructions I had written, I'd assign them to the issue. And that gave me this really easy way where like I could see like, okay, like I have 23 people who have done all 5, because I just look at how many people are assigned to the last step. So I'd say, okay, I have 23 people who have done it all, and then I have maybe 37 that have been assigned to the first one. So there's like 37 people who are working their way through the pipeline. So it makes it easy for me to kind of understand like where are people at in the process, what's my pool of people looking like, and it makes it easier for me to also start to evaluate. However, like I mentioned, this is just the base level to be eligible, not to get the internship. So again, I still have 23 people who have done all the 5 things, and I still have 2 internships. So I've narrowed it down. I'm doing better. I'm not at 50 anymore, but I still have to take it to the next level. And one of the things that helps me do that is thinking about, I would have, after you completed those 5 beginner or like onboarding tasks, I had other issues that were more, that maybe multiple people couldn't work on them at once, but I would call them more advanced tasks or stretch assignments that people could pick up. Sometimes people could repeat, many people could do an issue. Some things were very like one person can do this and then it's done. But these things were generally more advanced, required a little bit more critical thinking skills, because also I had internship for community architects. No code really, no engineering. So you'll find a lot of Outreachy internships and mentored projects that are just on the code. And even though I'm talking from a non-engineering perspective, the things I'm talking about here totally translate, because I'm talking a lot about issue trackers, pull request workflows. So having those advanced tasks or those stretch assignments that people could know, again, having clear guidelines, like a clear pathway. Okay, you finish these tasks, here's the next thing for you to jump in. And some of them had more clear instructions, like here's exactly what you need to do, steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some of them I left very open-ended. And so that one was always interesting, because I'd have an applicant who maybe took one of those open-ended ones where I didn't really prescribe all the details of how to do the task, but then I would get to see how did the applicant handle that? How did they go through that? What was their process for tackling this? It also gives me a chance to evaluate their independence, because of course, as a mentor, I know I'm going to be there to help my intern, but it's an important skill to have that critical thinking ability and to be able to act independently. Because also, like, just the way it is, like, there's a lot of intern applicants who come from West Africa and India, and there's a lot of mentors who are in the US and Europe. So time zones are a thing, and you're not always going to have that convenient access. There might just be like 2 hours in a day where you have that overlap with the applicant and the mentor. So being able to ask the right questions at the right time and being able to navigate things independently on your own, and then coming to the mentor to ask those right questions in those times that overlap, that's a really effective way of, like, again, kind of gives me an idea of like how can someone take, or how can someone handle these more advanced challenges or tasks, and it gives me a way to evaluate them. So again, what are some of the general traits and things I'm looking for, generally speaking, in the application phase? Good communication, your ability to collaborate, like mentoring other people who are also going through the program. Getting to know your personality a little bit. Like, I had people write blog posts, and that got me a way to like get a sense of like, who are you, and like what is your, like how are you writing, and I get to know you a little bit better through this. And having these sequential tasks ordered in this way as a prerequisite for that application helped make it easier for me to track the progress and know like who my pool of people is when I get to that last day, the application phase is over, and I've got to make a hard decision. It's time. So generally, identify a baseline and then leave some room to build on top of that baseline. The baseline is just a minimum threshold to survive that wave as a mentor. So some things that I did, like I was working with, I had a lot of applicants, and again, I mentioned they had blog posts. So thinking like, I asked them like, write about what, you spend some time reading about Fedora and open source, like write a blog post, tell me about what you've been learning and what you think Fedora is all about. And then of course, I'm looking at things like, again, looking in the issues and seeing how people help each other, because open source ain't nothing if it's just a project that one person's working on. You've got to be able to work with people. You've got to be able to collaborate if you're going to be successful in open source. So I want to see that. I want to be able to see that ability for you to work well with other people. Again, critical thinking, and even to an extent of going beyond the requirements. Because some people would take the things I had given, and then they went the extra mile. And that was really impressive or interesting to see. Not that that was necessarily a requirement, not that people had to do that for me to consider them, but the way that they might do that or go beyond of what I asked, again, helps me narrow down what is ultimately a very difficult decision. So then we get to the end of that. This is just 1 month. We haven't even gotten to the actual internship yet. So now, okay, I had the hard thing. I've narrowed it down. I got to 3, and for my project I had this year, I got it down to 3 interns. And actually at first I thought I was just going to have 1 intern. And then we had some issues with another project where then I ended up being able to have 2, which actually made my life a lot easier because I had 2 people who were really, really strong candidates. But I had a pool of 3, I narrowed it down, and great, I selected them. Outreachy does their announcement, and now the 2 interns are ready to start working on the project, and it's their first day. So what do? I created an onboarding guide that was just like instructions of how to get started in the project. Where do you navigate? How do you, find the bathroom, as they say. So one of the things that I put in my onboarding doc is I was like, hey, you should get to know some people in the community. Here's 6 people and a little idea of what they do. Reach out to them and introduce yourself. Set up a 30-minute call to go and talk to these people and just get to know them. Ask them what they do in the project and what kind of things they work on, and share a little bit about yourself and what you're doing in the internship and what you've been up to so far. I also spend some time before they jump into the project right away. I mentioned tooling is a little different. There's a learning curve sometimes. So I'd say hey, this first week, really spend some time to learn the tooling. Get comfortable with it, get familiar with it. Ask me questions if you get stuck. Jump into these different places about where different work is happening. Just spend that first week spinning up and getting familiar, getting onboarded. We also had a workflow, so having things like a weekly stand-up. So on Mondays, we had a video call, and we just check in, kind of doing, done, blocked. And we just kind of walk through what they're working on for the next week. And then I also had a spreadsheet that each intern would put for each day, kind of again, that same done, doing, blocked, stuck. So they would put just a quick couple bullets in the sheet for each day, here's what I was up to. And that made it easy for me just to check in on them because, again, time zones are a thing. My 2 interns were in Nigeria, and I was in the East Coast of the US. So it was 5 or 6 hours difference. So we didn't always have a ton of overlap. So the spreadsheet made it easy for me to kind of see how things were going, or if there was something they were struggling with, I'd be like, oh, hey, here's something that I can help them out with to get them moving forward and get them going. And then also something else I did was having shadow sessions. So I knew that they're going to have to use some tools like WordPress and Lime Survey and some of these other tools. So I would set up a shadow session in that first week. And I'd be like, hey, for 30 minutes, I'm just going to do this thing. And you're going to watch me. And I'm going to record it. And if you have questions about it, ask me as I do it. So I created a survey in Lime Survey. I edited a post in WordPress for our community blog. And I just kind of walked through that. And even though they might not be doing those things on day 1, by recording it, they had this resource that they could access at any time during the internship if they got stuck or needed more help. And so that was a resource that they could always pull back on. And it was something like being able to see how I approached it, how I work through these things, gave them a little bit of context about how they could try to do these things too. So as we get going, now we're past the onboarding, weeks go on, we're into the heart of the internship now. So things that are important is ongoing communication, how well are you talking with other people in the project? Because I mentioned earlier, as a mentor, you don't want to be the only point of contact. You want to make sure that you're opening doors to other people so that, and also with time zones, that's a really important thing because you're not always going to be online when they need help. So communication was a big thing, making sure that we're talking about what's going on, what's working well, where are you stuck, making sure that the milestones that we're working towards are clear. Are there doubts that you have, or does this work? Are you confused about this? How can we make it clear, the direction and the pathway that we're going? And another thing that I did was at the start of the internship, I had these things that I called mini projects, which was probably a little easier for me because it was a non-engineering internship. but it's just like a 1 to 2 week project of like, help out with this team on this small project, or write a blog post for the Fedora release that's coming up. It was like a little bit, wasn't quite bite-sized. It was like an appetizer, maybe like a samosa, but not quite the, the full meal, the full plate. So after they did those mini projects, and I also helped me get to know, like, where are they really, like, where are their strengths? Where are things that were like, this was super easy for my intern. This was super hard for my intern. So that gave me context that then I used to help develop what's the full project that they take on. So after that mini project of 1 to 2 weeks, they kind of get into that project that they're taken through for the rest of the internship. And that helped kind of set the stage to be successful for those bigger projects, is that they had done some things, they had that feeling of like, I did it, I contributed, I see the thing, it's out there in the world, and then, gives them that confidence too to like tackle the bigger thing and go on and do the full project. So then comes the sad day where it's the last day of the internship. It's time to say goodbye as an intern. And there's things that you can do as a mentor to create long-lasting impact in your projects with how you handle that offboarding specifically. So this is a great opportunity when you're ending the internship as a mentor to discuss future goals and opportunities with your intern. So think about, how is your intern going to be, how are they going to remain connected to the community? How are they going to participate? It's not that you need to force them or like hold them hostage to keep contributing, because like, look, we all got to eat, and you got to make money. We all have this thing. You got to sustain yourself. That's important, and that's okay. That's the world we live in. It's very human. So having a conversation with your intern at the end is a really important step, because you should talk about these things. And there's not a one-size-fits-all here, or one-size-fits-all approach here. In some cases, you might have an intern who they finish the internship and they just keep going, they're working on their project, they're doing awesome stuff, and hey, that's cool, that's great. Even if they're not getting paid for it, they're just really passionate about it, or they're learning so much from it, and hey, that's awesome if that happens. Sometimes, some people may have to like greatly reduce, like, hey, like, I'm not being paid to do this anymore, I've got to get a job or do other things, or I'm in school, so they might reduce how much they're contributing. But maybe there's like, oh, I really like this one thing I did during the internship. Like, how can I stay involved and keep doing that one thing that I really liked? And in some cases, they just might not be able to continue at all. And it happens. Just your role as a mentor here, be the facilitator of the conversation. The only mistake you can make is to not have that conversation at the end. So in general here, think about how you find that balance, acknowledging the fact that there's no payments for the internship now. So other things to think about during offboarding, think about how you can find opportunities for the next big thing for your intern or your mentee. Maybe in your project or your company, you're hiring, or there's some paid opportunities that are out there. Let your intern or your mentee know, like, make these things known to them, connect the dots so that they have that pathway that like, hey, I love doing what I worked on during this internship. How can I keep doing these kind of things? So if you have those opportunities in your project, your company, awesome. But even if it's not, or maybe you don't have those opportunities, how can you help connect your intern using their new enhanced skills that they've been building and fostering for the last few months to new professional opportunities, even if it's not in your project, even if it's not in your community? Because you've spent all this time building that relationship as a mentor with your intern. And in more ways than one, this world is small, and things, I find that lots of times when you invest that way into someone, maybe they can't continue at that time, but this world is really, I don't know, there's ways that those connections come back. The only thing that's important to take away here is just don't over-focus on trying to keep them in your project. Like, it's great if it happens, but don't try to force anything. Like, keep it natural, keep it casual, just have the conversation. So now we're going to move to the last part of our presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about how the mentee-mentor experience can be improved, thinking generally and also looking at Fedora. I'll pass it to Nikita to talk about the intern-mentee experience.
So last year I had the opportunity to co-mentor or help with the mentoring of the Fedora Outreachy summer program, where Justin was basically the mentor for that project. And I found a lot of differences that were there while he was mentoring last year's project with the internship that I had in 2022 summers. So first of all, there were some guidelines that I felt were like they just went amiss. So the Outreachy has a lot of extensive documentation for the intern to learn about how to contribute to the project during the contribution phase, and it clearly says that one should basically work on 3 maximum pull requests or tasks at the same time before moving to the next 3 So you need to complete the first 3, then move to the next 3. But these guidelines were not there in the last year's Fedora project. So a lot of times what happens when these guidelines are missing is you get a lot of noise in the contributions. You get people doing 5 PRs at a time, and they might not be able to focus like properly on one PR to make it a valuable contribution. So a lot of noise and clutter arises when these guidelines are missing. Secondly, there was a bit of lack of consistency across projects, as Justin just mentioned, that he basically created a threshold for the people in his project to maybe complete the first 3 tasks of maybe creating a profile and writing a blog post, and then moving on to the pull requests or more difficult tasks. And this was not consistent across the projects which were only in under the Fedora organization for the Outreachy mentorship. So one organization has typically around 3 projects. And for a newbie who wants to maybe explore a bit of non-code and code projects, it becomes difficult for them to keep track of how different these contributions are for within an organization. And let's say a contributor typically contributes to like 3 or 4 organizations at a time. And these 3 organizations have typically around 3 projects in them. And yeah, so, and all of them have like different ways of contributing. So it's like they're handling around 3 times 3. There's 9 projects that are going around in their head, and they just need to change their way of contributing, change where they're contributing. As Justin just mentioned, that there are different platforms that open source uses which are not the standard practice across all organizations. Let's say during my time, Fedora was using Pegger. Now it's using GitLab. And you can go across different organizations and find different platforms, different tech stacks, different style of contributions. And it just feels so overwhelming for the intern or the contributor to keep track of these projects, to really make a valuable contribution. So it would help if there is some consistency across these projects.
Now jumping back into the mentor role again, things I'm hoping and looking forward to for 2025 for Fedora mentored projects. Well, truthfully, one of these is actually almost done. Thanks to the great work in the back here, Smira Goel, Yona Azizaj, and then our friend from Spain, Fernando Mancera, who is not here. They've been working on these role handbooks for coordinators, for mentors, and for accepted interns. And this is just like a set of collected best practices and documentation. How can you be successful? What's the stuff you need to know? What are the common questions people have, and what are those answers? So this is a new resource that we have. There's still a little bit more work to be done. We're wrapping it up pretty soon. We're like 90% of the way there. But I'm hopeful that this will provide some of that guidance to better standardize how we handle these kind of projects in Fedora. Related to that, also guidelines for applicants to understand the requirements and tasks better. So like Nikita had mentioned, like the way that like different projects, even in the same organization, approach things, I'd like to try to think of how can we standardize these things even in our project. So that way, like as an applicant, if you're coming into Fedora, you kind of have a sense of like what are the things we're looking for, what are the backgrounds and skills that will make you successful in the projects that we're running in this round. Also, like the thing that really was my last couple rounds in Outreachy as a mentor, I've really spent a lot of time thinking about how can you get the most out of this big wave of people in that application phase? Because honestly, if you're asking me, that 1 month where you have 150 people or so, and it varies, some projects get much fewer, some projects get even more. how can you make the most of that time and give people some value for their time? Because like, look, I had 50 people, and maybe not all 50 of those people did rock star contributions, but there's a lot of people that put in some hard work and time and some hustle trying to get those competitive internship slots. So how you can get the most value out of that big rush of contributions in that application period. One thing was that, like, by encouraging my applicants to create a blog, write a blog post, share it on social media. This kind of helped create a self-documentation approach of how they approach the internship. And you can actually go right now and like Google, search the internet for Fedora, Outreachy, and you'll find a ton of content out there from a bunch of people who have written blogs about exactly this thing of contributing to Fedora as an Outreachy applicant. But also it gives them kind of a playbook of how did they do it? How did they approach this? So it's a resource for the community, but it's also a resource for the intern and the applicant. They're actually building their brand in a way as they go, even if they don't get the internship. So they get a little something out of it too. And this approach that I take with like having those like beginner tasks that like everyone has to do these 5 things first before you're even eligible for this internship. That takes a many to one approach instead of it being a 1-to-1 approach. So again, as a mentor, much easier for me to scale my time and focus my energy again on trying to understand who are my top contenders that I'm working with here, and how can I reveal that answer to me when I have to make that hard decision. So again, like partly it's that, but also I want people who put in the time for our project, because it's all, that 1 month of application, it's unpaid, and I get it. It's a lot of time and effort to put in. So I want my applicants to like get something out of it, even if they don't get the paid internship. So in general, the last thing I'm hoping to kind of set forward for 2025 is providing more encouragement or guidance on how applicants can research and work through things independently. Like, what are some of the best practices here of being like critical thinking when you're working in a Linux distribution community, and how should you approach these kind of things? So keep an eye out. Fedora will be participating in the May to August 2025 round. We don't know exactly what projects we'll have yet. That's an ongoing conversation, but you can keep an eye out. I think Outreachy does initial applications, is it January? February or so. January, February. So if Outreachy is something that's interesting to any of you, or you can check it out. Keep an eye out in January, February for more details from the Outreachy organizers. So with that, that brings us to the end here. I hope this was a useful perspective, both hearing the intern and mentee perspective and hearing the mentor perspective and putting them side by side. That was a big kind of goal for us with this talk, is being able to have that taking the diff on the two. So I don't know, do we have time for any questions? We have 3 minutes from I think from our 50-minute slot. Do we have any questions from the audience? Going once. Going twice. Going thrice. Sold. All right. Thanks, folks, for joining us, and enjoy the rest of GNOME Asia.
So we'll be having a break. It is a like elongated break. So just let me check the schedule and I'll tell you the time. But we are having a break right now. Okay, so at first we are having a break. It is a 5-minute break, and following that there is a coffee break. So altogether, it is just the same thing. It is a break. So we are taking a 15-minute break. We are taking a 15-minute break, and we will continue other session at 4 o'clock, 4:05, right? Okay then.
Analyst is there. Don't worry. And I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting. Is it? But it isn't catching my. It. Go to red light. I don't. Best of. Sing. What sing? Oh. You don't know. I'm a rapper back in Nepal. Yeah, that's why. You know that. Every time he is requesting me to rap. Bro. Okay, so I'll just ask. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. You can use the mic you used yesterday, right? Do you have it? Wireless. Today you don't have it. Okay, I'll just do it. No, like last time for the Bayou, Dimple did this when Bayou was designing. What? For the whole session, Dimple just do this. Dimple? Yeah, Dimple. Dimple, today let me service you. Use that mic, no? What do you want to do? Okay, sure. No worries. We'll manage it. We'll come only for the camera. Yeah, we'll manage it. No. I'm saying, we don't need it. We'll just manage it. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we'll manage it. So, yeah. So, what means like take some tape and just tape the mic down to the like that. So you like online mix. So oh, it's with you. No. Look, I told you. It's the biggest human you can get. No, you excel. I actually do it. You excel or human? Yeah, you get the target possible. You excel or L? Any small. Excel.
Oh, so that okay, sorry, I need to get ready then for the code. Do the no, today, this time let's just do this. Just open it because it is open source. Let's not close it. Look, bro, I didn't get it. Certificate नेपाल चल्छ नेपाल बाहिर नाइमै चल्छ होइन न कन्फिडेन्स is asking will you get this certificate of identity? I said it is only the culture in Nepal. Yes, but outside you don't get Nepal what they do is no, there is no difference. Nepal what they do is they just attend people with this much of certificate, and I don't think it is used in their life. It is just put in their now see the tech people. You go to the job, they will ask you to solve the problem. They won't ask you, okay, so which is certificate you have. They will just ask you the certificate if there is about something coding related. It's already. Hello, Sumantro. Sumantro, are you available for your session? Sumantro. The next lightning talk is from Sumantro. If Sumantro isn't here, then we can just move with Fenris. Okay, so we are changing the lightning talks. So it isn't going to be from Sumantro right now. It is going to be from Fenris. So the topic is people says Linux is secure. You can make it more secure. So the speaker is Khairul Ajat Kamrajudman. Take out, okay. Oh, you want yours?
Yeah. I need to use mine. Can take.
We have started Fenris. It's fine. You right after.
Display. You want to upload? You made the duplicate. Yeah, it's mirroring. Oh yeah. एकदम बेल्ला
Voltage down है क्या?
No idea.
Okay.
Now it is.
Yeah, Fenris, we kind of have to make do with what we have.
This one. Oh.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I need to. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hello. Yeah.
I think it's okay. We just good.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So I'm giving my lightning talk this evening regarding like people says Linux is secure, but you can make it more secure. So a little bit about me. So I'm one of the Ubuntu membership board, GNOME Foundation members, and doing some open source in industry. And recently I'm with the defense industry vendor. So yeah, you guys maybe have a myth about Linux. Means like people say Linux is secure, but nowadays I think there is not currently say it's secure, because currently there is like thousands of malware already attacking Linux. So yeah, we need to have some things to at least to preempt us on the desktop or our servers. Yeah, one of it we can use like the Open EDR. So it's an open source endpoint detection and response platform that provide analytic detections, the meter attacks, visibility or correlations, or least but not least, it means that you can use the default ClamTK on ClamAV on desktops. Yeah. So another things that I'm going to talk about is basically on top of the endpoint. So it's about the 2FA. So basically, you can see on the news. So basically, there is like Gmail taking over the hack of attack. So yeah, and then female hacker have a control of a. So with that, so yeah, I mean, you guys have a recommended to secure, so means like using a token, and maybe that the soft token, which is like the Google Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator, all the rest of Authenticator. Okay, so I will show some demos. So yeah, basically if you see from so we are cloning, I mean like pulling up something on the GitHub. So basically if we doesn't notice or we doesn't have any on access capability, so we might downloading the all the malwares and everything. So after we do the GitLab, so you can see basically, so I'm downloading, let me try to refresh. Yeah, so basically I'm downloading the malware. So because I have the OpenEDR on my laptop, so it managed to quarantine or remove the malware or the viruses that inside my machines. And then let's see. Okay. So yeah, I mean here you can, I mean actually you can do the scanning and like a normal Windows applications and everything. So just now I already shown about that one. So basically OpenEDR has a portal. So basically all the your endpoint, so you can install it on the Linux, and maybe if you still have a Windows machine, so you can have both, and then you can have the centralized all the alerts, or the agent will push up into the platform, so you can have like the normal dashboard, how many being quarantined and everything, and so on and so forth. Okay. Another thing about I'm sharing just now is about the 2FA, right? So for example, if I want to do like I want to update my machine, so I need to enter a password. So basically I already entered my actual password, but I still need to have I am using the YubiKey, so I'm touching the token, so I can do the like the root or the admin permissions. Okay, and then maybe on the GNOME side, if so for example I want to unlock, right? So the same thing, I mean like I'm entering the password, so it still keep requesting me to do the second authentication, so which is like that. And maybe like this one on the login screen. Yeah, I mean I already did, but I still need to double authentication. Yeah, then I can log in back. So yeah, I mean, well, I'm not sure, maybe this is two things, maybe like, even though like earlier I said Linux is secure, right, but you can still make it more secure. I mean, I'm not sure, that maybe there is the rest of other things, but yeah, after using these two things that you can help to make your desktop or your servers more secure, right? So yeah, there is a few other tools that you guys can use. So yeah, I think that's all for me. I mean, any things that have any questions on the floor? something? Yeah. If no, then I can pass to. Yeah, I can pass to Sumanto. Okay, thank you.
No, I'm just setting up.
Okay, so thank you, Fenris, for the first lightning talk. So we are moving with the second one. There are altogether 3 lightning talks today. So the next one is from Sumantro Mukherjee, and the topic is supercharging your container workflow. Toolbox, right?
So good afternoon, guys. How have you been enjoying this event till now? Good, great. All right. So I'm Shumantro. You have probably seen me somewhere around this event. So I'm going to talk about something that I do for Fedora, mostly as a package developer. So I work on this tool called Toolbox, and I'll be talking a bit of why was it important. I'm sure many of you have probably used it or seen it somewhere. So a little bit about me before I start. I'm Shumantro. I work in Fedora as a quality assurance engineer, and currently I'm trying to get to this point where I would be maintaining more packages for Fedora as the releases come along, and there might be things that would be very tightly integrated to containers, container ecosystems, and that's my forte, and that's what I take care of. Other than that, I also coordinate Outreachy stuff with folks like Akash, and I go ahead and you can find me in all those Fedora channels. I am usually a org admin from Google point of view, so Google Summer of Code. If you have done it, you know I'm one of the org admins for Fedora. So in a long time when Linux started as a generic OS for a lot of people. We started using package managers, so RPMs and debs. All of these were very hard to test because once you have installed a particular ISO on your machine, it is kind of impossible because your package set is different from someone of your friends. It was very hard for you to test and find bugs. One of the things that we kind of understood was when during an update, if something breaks, then it is extremely hard when you find a bug and tell us this doesn't work. We would usually tell you, hey, you know what, the logs are incomplete. Seems like the update got broken. You had a storage issue, something like that, right? And it became literally untestable after a point. So we kind of understood that the OS and the apps did not have much of separation. There are very tight-knit tools which would give you separation. So if you know Linux namespace or something like bubble wrap, in short BWrap, if you were to use those, by default, then you would get the app and the OS separation, but without it, Linux literally doesn't give you any separation to start with. So there was this one initiative that came out of with a lot of folks called OS Tree. If you know what has been happening, we have been talking about immutable operating systems for a long time. And when I mean by immutable operating systems, it means that whatever we ship you, we know exactly what. So everything is committed to a, if I have to give an example, if there's a git sha and that hash contains all your packet set, if you have installed that particular hash, I exactly know what you have been loading on your system. If something is broken on that SHA, I would basically be able to look at your package set and be like, that package is a problem, let's update it, and here's a new SHA that you can upgrade back to, and it would usually solve your problem. That was the concept for OS Tree, in short, the RPM OS Tree at this point, and you can read about it on that particular link that I gave you. Containers came, and containers were sandboxed. It helps you run a lot of things. But if you have been using Docker or Podman for a long time, you know that a command goes sentence long, in some cases paragraph long. So if you want to really have your ports exposed and connected to a DB, you would write sentence long commands with Podman. And that is not even initiating something like a small container, even if you want to. Well, the other thing is, because immutable came into picture, there was no point of you installing something because the writability factor went out right there. So everything was read-only, right? Now there was a need for separation as well as the writability factor. And well, that's exactly where we kind of came up with, Toolbox. One of the important things that it does is, like you understand, it kind of gives you, a layering to start with, where you could just go ahead, layer things. But here's the thing, when you do a Toolbox install of any operating system or a distro, and we have a lot of them, what it would usually do is it would also give you access to your system's resources. So example, you could install an application. So imagine you are working on Ruby, you work on Python, but you are given to work on a Ruby app, and you really don't want to clutter your system with Ruby dependencies. You could actually install the app inside the Toolbox and then use the app like in your own operating system, like a system-wide thing. And you don't have to care about dependencies, the clutter, and whenever you're done with the app, you can just delete the Toolbox and the app would stop working, as well as the dependencies would go away. It will clean your system much better. So that's the fundamental we kind of worked on. And that's the logo for Toolbox. So if you are somebody who is new to containers, this is a very fast forward way to getting started. There are only 3 commands. So unlike Podman, which requires you to do everything, there are only 3 commands. So Toolbox create a container name, and if you want to have a flag with it, you can just give it, and it would automate things for you. Toolbox list would list images, as you can understand, and Toolbox enter would give you the command to enter the thing. So you don't need exactly any other command other than these 3 commands to work with. Even if you want to set up rel or many other distributions, you could just do create distro and then whatever the version, that should set things up for you. We are at this point trying to do a lot of things. So we have grown up to the CentOS Stream 9, and we are trying to build it for 10. We want to have developments and more tests, specifically the gating tests on GitHub. So if you're somebody who is interested in writing tests for us, somebody who is interested in containers and making sure the containers are done much better way, you could contact me. I could patch you up with something. We are currently struggling to work with NVIDIA GPU drivers. So if you're somebody who has an NVIDIA machine and wants to write some code, the entire thing is written in Go. So if you are somebody who is comfortable with Go, you would be very comfortable with Toolbox code base per se. Me and Debarshi Ray, he works for GNOME Subsystems. So if you are somebody who is wanting to work very closely with a GNOME development team, my co-maintainer Debarshi Ray is somebody who is a long-time contributor to GNOME. He maintains almost a lot of GNOME packages that you would usually use on a distro. Well, that's about it. This is the 4 areas we are basically looking at help from contributors. So the coverage, the test coverages, evangelism. So if you're somebody who wants to talk about Toolbox at conferences in your local events, hit me up. If there are multiple documents at this point, there are like, I can't even remember how many blog posts are there trying to use Toolbox for multiple things. We are trying to even get OLAMA CLI command exposed via Toolbox, which could supercharge your way of getting into AI. So you don't have to exactly set up your RAG app from scratch. We could probably give you one container which does everything, and just you enter that and you can probably do that. That's work in progress. We are still working on it. So maybe we would get somewhere with it. The RCA, and we are we have logs. Toolbox is very tight knit to the system, which means some of these logs contain information about how the system is set up and NVIDIA drivers and and compositors and sometimes user IDs and Podman stuff. So if you have deep internal knowledge of systems, it would be nice if you could come and at least debug some of the issues that Toolbox currently has on the GitHub. So that would help. And that's it. That's basically a sweet short presentation on what Toolbox is. You give it a try. If you face bugs, let me know. And thanks for being here.
So thank you, Sumantra, for the lightning talk. So we are moving towards our last lightning talk, which will be given by Divyansh Jain, and the topic is GSOC Tiny SparkQL Web IDE.
Thank you. Uh, good evening, everyone. I'm Divyansh Jain, and I'm currently a third-year undergrad at IIT Roorkee. This summer, I participated in GSOC in the Tiny Sparkle Web ID project, and I'll be discussing my project in this talk. This project was done with my co-contributor Rachel Tam, and was mentored by Sam Thursfield and Carlos. So, what is Tiny Sparkle? It's a fast and efficient tool for indexing and searching files on Unix-based systems. You might have used GNOME files and GNOME shell. They are some of the applications that use this fast and efficient search for files. Beyond file search, yes. So Tiny Sparkle supports querying all sorts of RDF data. RDF is a form of structured data that can be read by a machine. Okay, so now let's discuss about my project, what it was, why it was needed, and how it made easier for other users to use Tiny Sparkle and execute Sparkle queries on it. So we focused on main 4 key goals. One was to improve the experience of users by replacing the terminal-based interface into a web-based interface, which was much more intuitive. Then we had to visualize the results in a much more readable and intuitive format. We could boost the productivity of developers as well as users by enabling them to edit and execute multi-line queries and also share them. We could reduce the barrier for entry for the users by providing them example queries that could be run on the system. So let's talk about how our ID handles the query. So the user enters the query on the web ID. Then the query is being sent to the local HTTP endpoint that listens for these requests. The endpoint has a Sparkle engine that executes these queries and processes the response and sends it back to the web ID, which then displays it in a beautiful format. So the development workflow. In order to develop the web ID, we had to take several steps. So the front-end development was done in the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in an NPM environment. This made development much more faster. Then these packages could add bulk. So we had to ensure minimum bulk should be added in order to be served efficiently. Since the binary would be added to the system, we wanted minimum bulk to be there. All these packages would then be bundled up into a single main.js file. This single file would optimize the serving part of the web ID. Then these singular JavaScript, singular HTML files would then be compiled into G resources. The G resources would transform these text-based files into a binary file, which would then be linked to the executable and served efficiently. These binaries would then be served using the libsoup server, which we use as a backend. Yes, so let me talk about the main challenges that we faced. The first one was third-party packages. As I had talked before, that there was a trade-off that we had to take. Either we could develop in static HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript, but this would make the development much more inefficient and cumbersome. So we had to use libraries. But libraries could import a lot of packages and introduce a lot of bulk. So we had to ensure that minimum bulk was there. Second was libsoup 2 support. Libsoup 2 is basically a HTTP library that we use to enable to serve the files and to act as a server. So our libsoup 2 implementation, our HTTP server implementation used various versions of libsoup 2, which made extending the server much more difficult. The third was language support. Neither of us were familiar in Sparkle queries and Sparkle language support. So this made linting and syntax highlighting much more difficult. The fourth challenge was making a separate web ID command. Since at the later stages of the development of a project, we realized a lot of bulk was added to the project, and this could harm the users on which are running this on a system with limited memory. So we had to introduce a new web ID command that could separate this out and make it into a sub library, which could be optional to include or not. Okay, so let's start with a quick demo. Yeah, so first we connect the web ID to a Sparkle endpoint that is being run locally. We run a basic Sparkle command here, which gets all the tuples. So basically RDF data is classified into 3 tuples, which is subject, predicate and object. So this query gets all the tuples in the database. All of these all of the data that we have are in form of links or hyperlinks, which could either be a resource definition or a resource description or any of that. We could select various variables to see. So this leads us to this definition of this information there. Yeah. Now in order to enable sharing of the queries, multi-line queries, long queries, I clicked on save, and then when I enter the Sparkle endpoint to connect to, it would have the same query as before. This enabled sharing of queries and making the development much more faster. These are some example queries that we also included, and users can run these on their system for a easier onboarding. These are the various data formats that we could show our RDF data in. We also have the error highlighting part. See, this is a wrong query. So we get a descriptive error on the right side and a position where the error occurred, the red marked on the left side on the ID. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Divyans, for the lightning talk. So here we conclude our presentations. So we are moving towards the closing remarks. So we request everyone to join us for the closing remarks. So we request everyone to be here. Hello. If someone is in track 2 or someone is outside, so yeah, let's wrap up with our closing remarks. Can someone call the local organizing team, the Fedora team, too? Yeah. Okay, we are waiting so that everyone can join us. is other team? Where is other team? Call them. Call them. Call them. So we are just waiting for some minutes so that everyone join us. So we request everyone to get seated so that we can start the closing remarks. Okay, so we are starting now. Okay, this concludes the presentation for the GNOME Asia Summit, which we did for last 2 days. The sessions were really insightful, and we hope that this has provided you the insights and knowledge, and for the newcomers and beginners it has provided the essential influence and empowerment that you wish to get from the open source. So talking forward, if you again want to see all the videos of the presentations, the sessions, the workshops and the lightning talks, you can get it right from the YouTube channels. So if you want the links, you can just ask for it in the GNOME Asia Telegram channel. So now thanking all of our sponsors, especially the Fedora project team, who are our local team. They helped us to organize the event, and Red Hat. Okay, let's just give a round of applause for them. And also thanking Red Hat so that they provided us the venue, so we can have a successful GNOME Asia Summit in Bangalore. And again a round of applause for them. Thank you. And at last, also thanking OpenSUSE as a sponsor. So for your next information, there are more events or conferences. They are coming in the future. So the first one we would like to announce is the Linux App Summit, which is going to be held in Tirana, Albania from April 25th to 27th. And the next one is the GUADEC. The GUADEC is going to be held in Brescia, Italy, and the dates are 19th to 24th of July. So at the end, we would like to thank everyone who were involved, the speakers, the organizers, the volunteers, the attendees who made this event successful. Without you, we couldn't have done it. So now I would like to call forward the team who made this successful. So first the local team, Sudhir, Dharanandria. Can you just come? Akashdeep Dhar, Sumantro Mukherjee, Samyak Jain, Justin Terry. Now moving toward the global team, Christy Progry, who was the leader, who was always supporting us. Actually, Christy, thank you very much. And Sezawan. Yes, Sezawan. He is the one who helped us set up the everything. So in the absence of Christy, he has really helped us. So Fenris, our senior leader, and Siddhartha Sitola. Dipisha Bulse, seasoned with us. Thank you. Sammy Fung, he also seasoned with us, but thank you. And our awesome designer, Asmit Malakamaya. And lastly, it is myself, Adi. Thank you. So, with everyone, thank you so that you attended the conference, and hope we will see you again soon in next conference. Right? Anything the local team want to say?
I'll say last year was the first time for at least the Fedora folks. We went to Nepal in Kathmandu for GNOME Asia, and we had such an amazing experience there that we helped I wanted to help raise our hand to be involved and help out this year. I just want to say a big thanks to, I wasn't as hands-on with it, actually really more of the people who did the work or all the other folks who are on stage and many who aren't. So really a round of applause, really. These people put in so much work to make this happen, and I just wanted to give my gratitude that I really appreciate that we could bring folks together once again this year. So thank you all for your hard work and your effort.
Okay, so with this, we conclude the conference. So thank you so much for this successful conference. Thank you.
Let's do a photo. Everyone.
ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ಗಿವ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್
Yes, sir.
ಮೊಬೈಲ್
You want to have something?
Here, one next. Okay, ready, smile.
Oh yeah. Let's get it on laptop. Yeah. I guess you need help with that? Yeah, another one.
Oh, the banners?
Yeah, the big one.
It is a banner.
Yesterday we just used the laptop. Improvise, like standing at the people were. Just open it. It was out of our. Oh, so on two sides, yeah. On two sides. I didn't think this. Yeah, but you need to came up.
Send me.
You need to came up more because I don't know the photo is ever.
Sir, one row can kneel down, sir.
We have to come close just like the community. I don't know if it is. Banner is don't fall down.
Okay, ready, good to go? Yeah. Smile.
Salut. No message. Everyone saying no message.
1, 2, 3.
I don't know. Okay. Let's do another video. Okay.
Asia 2024.
Yeah.
Then do namaste in Dutch.
Okay.
Namaste. You better have Indian knowledge.
Okay. Oh yeah.
So GNOME Asia 2024 on 3. 1, 2, 3. Good.
Namaste.